Will it be the end of 61 long years without a title for Warrington, or in their fourth consecutive appearance at Old Trafford, will it be third time lucky for Wigan? It's the 2016 First Utility Super League Grand Final. The top two teams this season prepare to do battle. We started on the 4th of February, and every fan of every Super League club harboured hopes that this would be their year. As it turns out, it's the Primrose and Blue of Warrington, head-to-head with the Cherry and White of Wigan. A repeat of 2013, which Wigan won. Now, a record crowd was here 12 months ago. We expect to equal, if not smash, that tonight. And here are some of the men dreaming of winning it. Wigan at a fourth successive grand final, Warrington a third in 5 years. Not one of them right now is even contemplating defeat.
What goes through your mind when you come out of the tunnel as a player?
You know, it's just breathtaking. It's hard to explain. As you know, it's a bit different here. They have the longer tunnel. You know, as you're getting making your way down, you can hear the crowd. But you know, as soon as you hit the turf, the atmosphere, the noise is just, deafening.
You've got a big pack, you're an aggressive pack. What can we expect in the middle today?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be fireworks in that middle there. Like you said, Warrington have got some really good forwards, and myself, we have now. And when forwards come out together and in a stage like this, someone needs to win, don't they?
This is what I've worked my whole career for, you know. I've been playing first grade for 15 years and been playing league since I've been 7 years old, and I've been playing my whole life for this moment.
You're playing against probably three of the best kickers in the game. Dick Patton making his way in the game, Kurt Gidley and Chris Sandow's on the bench. What are you expecting from them?
Yeah, we've done a lot of review on the kicking game loud every week, so it's just looking what options they have and how we can best deal with it. So me, Serge and Sharon's been looking at it, and hopefully I'll show tonight.
Jack, the last time you were here, you were in a Wigan shirt back in 2013. You're a Wigan lad. What emotions are going through your mind right now?
At the minute, I'm just looking forward to it. Whether it was Wigan or whether it's Leeds, whoever we're playing, I'm just looking forward to playing the grand final. But yeah, the fact that we're playing Wigan, I suppose if we win in that respect, then it makes it a bit extra special. But at the minute, I'm just looking forward to making the most of this and hopefully getting a ring on my finger.
Josh, huge game in prospect. Doesn't come any bigger or better than Old Trafford on grand final night.
No, once I made the decision to leave, I wanted to win some silverware for this club and finish on a high note, and there's no better way to go out on this stage.
And so the scene is set. We are expecting a wonderful end to the season and a grand final worthy of the title and the man who has sat beside me these past 26 years. It's all about the players, of course, but for us on Sky Sports, we say farewell after tonight to the legend that is Steve-O, who puts his microphone down at the end of the game for the very last time. Steve-O is retiring, and I'm not going to spare your blushes, old boy, because this is the end of an era.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I think it'll be a great game as well. It's no better way to sort of hang up the microphone to have a tremendous game, which I think we'll have. Wigan perhaps will start favourites, but I just have a feeling if Warrington can hold that pressure in the opening 20 minutes, I think they have the skill factor to win it in the end. But there won't be much in it, Eddie. And don't be surprised if there's a one-pointer.
Well, wouldn't that be a wonderful end for you if it is a drop goal that wins the grand final? Interesting that you say you believe Wigan will start favourites. Is that because of their Old Trafford pedigree? Because they've been here the last 3 years. They've won one against Warrington. They've lost the last two.
Yeah, for the majority of the side, but this year, Wigan, they've had to call upon some young kids to come up. They've certainly stepped up to the plate. I've been impressed with them. And also Warrington, they have it, but they're making a big gamble. Warrington with Chris Sandow, I don't think is 100% fit. And of course, Wigan, they'll be using Sean O'Loughlin off the bench. Both of those will be on the bench. And I can't see that Sean O'Loughlin is going to be 100% fit. But the quality from both those players, even at 75%, could tip the scales. I really don't think there's going to be much in it.
Well, we'll see. Of course, over the course of this past season, Steve-O here, each and every week, has been giving us the man that he has thought has been the star of each particular year. We ended 2015 and the Super League era so far last week. Now then, the big question that everyone who has watched us throughout the course of this season, and people have been voting on who you would select as your man of the Super League of all time. Who is it?
It was a very, very difficult decision because there were some tremendous rugby league players throughout, but I have gone for Kevin Sinfield, an absolute master. Maybe not the fastest rugby league player you'll ever see, but he's certainly the brainiest that I've ever watched.
Great player, and he's had his moments here at the Theatre of Dreams as well. Who has made the big impact in 2016, would you say? Who's been the player that has caught your eye?
Well, he'll be playing tonight. I think that the young George Williams for Wigan really has improved week in, week out. And I've been extremely impressed with Patton, who's made a name for himself, you know, over in the last 4 weeks. He's really pushed the button, and, you know, Warrington coach Tony Smith really had no option but to start him. Simple as that. And when you've got a youngster like that, then they'll enjoy it. They really will enjoy the atmosphere out there. Two great players, young Patton and Williams. They could turn the game.
They could turn the game. There's some old heads out there as well. Chris Hill of Warrington's had a magnificent season. He really has. Ashton Sims, of course. And the likes of Ben Flower, you know, he will be desperate to win a grand final here.
Well, he'd be desperate to finish the full 80 minutes. It's as simple as that. It's look, it'll play on his nerves as well. And don't worry, the Warrington pack, they'll certainly give him a real welcome, shall we say. Look, we all know Wigan's style. Opening 15, 20 minutes. They like to take control up front. They like the forwards to the ground. Warrington have to absorb that pressure in the open 15, 20 minutes. If they can do that, I keep thinking that Warrington out wide have got the quality to be able to finish it off, especially with the likes of Ratford chiming into that three-quarter line. But don't write Wigan off at all. But they will try to bully the opposition in that first 15 minutes. But Warrington, they've not got to be sucked into it.
OK, well, you know, we will have plenty more about Steve-O from those who know him over the course of the next hour. But right now, let us turn our attention to the atmosphere inside this wonderful stadium, the Theatre of Dreams. It's exactly that. But who will go home as winners and grinners come 8:30 tonight? Who will go home and have nightmares rather than dreams? Let's get out there on the pitch. Waiting for us is Brian Carney and Phil Clark.
Thanks very much, Eddie. And as you come to us, they just ratchet up the noise in here just a little. The players about 20 minutes ago from both sides were in their suits. They've left this pitch to go in and get changed. And there are tens of thousands of fans outside filtering into this beautiful stadium around now. Down here will be the Warrington Wolves fans. I'm expected to be about 30,000 in number. 30,000 expected also to be a number of Wigan Warriors fans. And they will be crammed down into this section of the stadium. And as we start our preview of this game, Phil Clark, I want to talk to you about how the Warrington Wolves go about, first of all, spreading panic through these fans that are going to be in here tonight and ultimately silencing them come the final whistle.
Ryan, I think they do it through one main reason, and they play the game faster than their opponents. They do that by staying in the middle of the field and running simply from play the ball to play the ball. If we take a quick look here at the number of times that Warrington players have scooted, they've picked the ball up from behind the play the ball and simply run without passing it. It's quite interesting that more than any other team in Super League, they pick the ball up and run from that area. Just look, they've made more than twice as much ground as Wigan in comparison perhaps this season, more than twice that almost of the Super League average. They are particularly good at staying in the middle of the field, picking it up and running it fast, and they've got three players who tend to do that very well. Darryl Clark, Matthew Russell and Stefan Ratchford. They are phenomenal at doing that, and that to me is the key really of where to do.
So they will want, Phil, to get the Wigan Warriors defence rolling backwards, and then once they're rolling backwards, what, concertina in the middle of the field, and then the Warrington can spread the ball out?
Exactly, and we'll take a quick look at an example, a great example of a game earlier this season when they played against Wigan. Chris Hill carries the ball forward. He's done it more than any other player in the Super League. And you'll see the Wigan defenders on the left, they're all back with the referee and they're all set. But Matty Russell picks the ball up here and he simply runs hard and strong, a bit like an American football running back. He just makes some ground, and by the time he gets up to play the ball, the Wigan defenders aren't set. So Darryl Clark repeats it. Following that, Stefan Ratchford, he'll have another go on. Very often this has led directly to tries. Not on this occasion, but what Warrington tend to do from this point is move the ball. They play instinctively when they have their opponents on the back foot rolling towards their own try line. Here it gets to the last play, and when they're in the right part of the field, They give it to one of their best kickers, on this occasion Gidley, and they ask him to cause trouble really. He chips it in there, wanting to tap it back, and then they play instinctively, spontaneously, and the guy who started it all in a way, Matty Russell, finishes with a try in the corner.
Okay, if you're Sean Wayne and the Wigan Warriors and you're preparing for that onslaught coming at you and coming at you quickly down the middle, what's your number one words to your defenders when you see Russell come in, when you see Ratchford come in, and when you see Clark come in?
Well, there's almost a reward, I think, isn't there, for jumping out and trying to stop them quickly and finding some control around that play of the ball so it doesn't happen too quickly. They've done it in games against Warrington this season in patches, but they need to do it well here tonight to stand a chance. Okay,
it's maybe a new weapon that the Wigan Warriors have. It's certainly not an approach they took in 2013 when these two teams met here in the grand final of that year. A game that has fond memories for the Wigan Warriors, Phil Clark, but not so fond memories for the Warrington Wolves.
No, and I suppose again what was fascinating about this game was Wigan's ability to come from behind. They were 16 points to do down at one point, but early in the second half, a great kick from Darryl Goulding sets up a try for Josh Charnley, and then following that put Wigan ahead midway through the half, and then in the last 20 minutes, Blake Green doing his way over and scored to confirm really the Wigan win. They did score after that point, and Wigan's ability in the final 20 minutes is something that's fascinating this season. They've been behind in 9 matches this year in the last 20 minutes, and on 9 occasions they've come back to win the game. It's quite interesting that the Geese almost began when they played at Huddersfield in round 2. They were behind in the final stages and they found a try to get out of trouble. They found it recently. Warrington will need to be very good and good for 80 minutes to stand a chance of winning this game.
Something Steve-O touched on in the studio just up there to our left-hand side, that the Wigan Warriors, perhaps more than the Warrington Wolves, would love this to be trench warfare in the last 10 minutes of the game.
No team loves an arm wrestle more than Wigan, and their aim is to make it that way. They've got a great chance if they can get them tight in that last 10.
Phil Clark, we'll let you go and prepare for commentary, catch up with you later on, and we can pick up with John Wells here. We're going to talk about the Wigan Warriors and the Warrington Wolves, and in terms of their gutsy performances in the last few weeks. But before that, let's not overlook the star element we're going to have out here tonight. Chris Sandow's going to be on the bench. Warrington Wolves have got him to introduce into the game. Of course, no Ben Curry. But there is going to be an incredible amount of flair here tonight, John.
Yeah, there are some real class acts on show this evening, as there should be. You know, this is a grand final. And the biggest stage tends to bring out the best in the very best. There's some guys who are just simply great to watch. Individuals like Anthony Gelling and Darryl Clark in particular, who Phil Clark yeah, and I agree with Phil in that respect as well. He's improved year on year, and he's now showing a real maturity about his game. And there's also some guys, Brian, who are intent on making a final mark on Super League before they depart for fresh challenges. But I think
Josh Charnley, Dan Sargentson,
yeah, both good examples. But I think underpinning all that are 2 watchwords that you would say have got these 2 teams to where we stand tonight.
Would I be unfair in saying, well, we expect the resilience from the Wigan Warriors? We've seen it from the last 6 years of those. We're seeing a new side to the Warrington Wolves that will please their fans, please their players and please their coach, and something they may need tonight.
Yeah, and they are the watchwords. Resilience and stubbornness, and we'll start with Warrington, as that's who we mentioned. And I think their place on the billing here this evening was forged in the aftermath of that defeat in the Challenge Cup final against Hull, because they went down to the south of France, gave up another big lead, and then, as you can see on the game clock here, inside the last 4 minutes of the game, crossed through Ben Curry, fittingly through Ben Curry, to score the match-winning try.
Fittingly and interestingly, because Ben Curry will play no part in today's final, and they sent a depleted side, John, to a game not long after that and impressed many people.
They did. Just a point on that, they went top after that victory and stayed there. This is the evening that they picked up the League Leaders Shield. Round 7 against Hull FC. The night they lifted the League Leaders Shield, down in part to some superb defensive rearguard action. Matty Russell, I thought, owned the key moment in defence in that game to halt a resurgent Hull FC. And the third moment was just a semi-final a week ago against St Helens, behind 8-10 at half-time, scoring 10 unanswered second-half points to book their place here this evening through Stefan Ratchford's try on the 51st minute.
So maybe the arm wrestle that Phil Clark referred to won't scare the Warrington Wolves because of that side that we've seen in recent weeks. Well, the Wigan Warriors, what about them? Go back to round 4 in the Super 8s. They lost at home to the Widnes Vikings. It was doom and gloom around the DW Stadium, John, and what they have done subsequently has been nothing short of miraculous.
The rearguard action displayed by the Wigan Warriors in the last month has been nothing short of spectacular. The season peppered by injuries, and I think turned up and they have made the fight back an art form, and I'm going to show you some examples of that. We'll start with round 5 against Hull FC. 12-10 down, less than 3 minutes to go. Cue Talima Tautai, 2 massive contributions inside 15 seconds.
A defensive play wins the game for you when you're trailing. Of course, Anthony Gelling, you referred to, John, he's going to be one of the star players with the ball in his hand. But what they showed here when the game was going against them, I guess would let everybody believe that the Wigan Warriors grit that we know is there in 2016.
Yeah, the key moment for round 5 then, done and dusted. Round 6, let's have a look at that. Down 28-14 at this moment when Ben Flower gets sent off. 58 minutes.
Against Warrington, you can't win a game from here.
That's it. And I remember talking to Liam Fowle after the game. He said that he thought they had no chance of winning, but they pulled something out. George Williams, I thought he stood up extremely well. Josh Charnley, one of the guys who leaves us at the end of this season, leave the sport at the end of this season, at the end of tonight, he got the double to get them within 4, and then on the 71st minute, on the last tackle, and that's significant because they're now getting down to the bare bones, the last chance saloon, the Hail Marys. Lewis Turney comes up with something.
You could see the self-belief grow as we go into the semi-final, John, against Hull FC, and a massive play.
Put themselves ahead at half-time through this from Bateman, but the key moment for me, after they went behind through that Michaels fingertip try on 63 minutes, Sam Powell goes in after another spectacular last tackle play on 70 minutes. A key moment, another key moment. Tonight, there will be a key moment, Brian. I don't know when it's going to be, and I don't know who's going to come up with it, but someone will, either a Wolf or a Warrior, to pick up this Super League title.
And there is a very good chance it could come towards the end of the game, because both of these sides, Eddie, are primed to go to the very last minute, and it may come down to that precious one-pointer that your mate beside you craves so much.
Yeah, he would be delighted. What a send-off for him it would be. Thanks, lads. That was spectacular. In many ways, grand final night is the players' night. The skippers line up behind their coaches. They lead them out as 12 months hard graft goes on the line as they walk out onto the field. Leading the way tonight for the respective teams are Chris Hill of Warrington Wolves, and a man who has had the captaincy thrust upon him in many ways lately because of injuries in the Wigan camp, Matty Smith. Let's hear from them both now. Players live this night, don't they? Time for our first short break right now, but when we come back to Old Trafford, plenty more in the build-up to this, the 2016 Grand Final. And between now and kick-off time, other members of the Sky Sports fraternity paid tribute to my dear old mate here in the studio beside me for the very last time. Steve-O has really made an impact during his 26 years with us.
Well, Steve-O, it's been a long journey. I remember when we first started at Sky Sports, there was 80 people employed, and now we have over 11,000. It's been a wonderful journey for you in your sport, as it has been in mine, and it's been a great pleasure and a privilege to have you as a colleague.
Your commitment, your passion, your knowledge of the game, and your enthusiasm for everything you've done made me a believer and a fan of rugby league, even though I knew nothing about it.
Enjoy your retirement. You thoroughly deserve it.
And don't spend too much of that time in the bar.
Well, we're going to know in 80 minutes who wins the Grand Final of 2013. Monaghan, finding it! Wow! Wow! What a try for Monaghan! Westmore! And Golding will score for Wigan. McAlora! What a rip-roarer of a grand final these two are serving up. Goulding slides the kick down the line for Charlie. And Charlie will go in for Wigan. Charlie will score for Wigan. O'Loughlin over the top. Richards strolls in. Richards on his farewell will take home a double. Can't see Warrington fighting back now. And Wigan are the Super League champions of 2013. So we have a repeat of the Grand Final of 3 years ago. 2013 was a thriller, and there is no reason to presume that this will be anything less. It's Warrington against Wigan again for the 2016 Super League title. Right, let's take a check on the teams. They have now been confirmed. Not many players actually survive from 2013 in the Warrington lineup. They've got Ratchford at fullback, then it's Lynham, Evans, Atkins and Russell. Gidley is alongside the youngster Declan Patton. What a night for him. Up front, the prop forwards, Chris Hill, Darrell Clark, Ashton Sims. Second row, young Sam Wilde alongside Jack Hughes, the ex-Wigan man who was in that 2013 Grand Final, and Joe Westerman is the loose forward. And on the bench for the Warrington Wolves, well, Chris Sandow is there. So too the King brothers, George and Toby. And Ryan Bailey plays. He's played umpteen Grand Finals. He's in the side for the coach, Tony Smith. Now the Wigan Warriors. There's no Sam Tompkins, of course. He's out injured with the broken foot. So it's Dan Sargentson at fullback. Then they go Josh Charnley, Anthony Gelling, Oliver Gildart and Lewis Tierney. George Williams is alongside Matty Smith, the scrum half. The forward pack for them, Ben Flower, Sam Powell, Frank Paul Nuasala in the front row, John Bateman, Liam Farrell in the second row, Willie Isa is on the bench. And interestingly enough, Wigan have named Sean O'Loughlin, the club captain, on the interchange bench. He hasn't played for quite a while. Dominic Crosby alongside him, Talima Tautai and Ryan Sutton. The coach is Sean Wayne. Interesting that Matty Smith has been captaining the side lately. It's now in the hands of Sean O'Loughlin when he comes off the bench for Wigan. The clock is ticking then. It's almost time. Welcome back to this magnificent stadium, hosting its 19th Grand Final and a repeat of that memorable meeting 3 years ago between the Wolves and the Warriors. This is such a special night, this, the biggest night of the year. Let's get out there and sample some of that unique atmosphere that is Old Trafford on Grand Final night again. Bill Arthur is waiting for us down there on pitch side.
Eddie, it is special. It's a wonderful, wonderful half hour or so before the teams come out, when people come into the stadium, and they've come from all over the country. I've seen shirts, and it's not just the Primrose yellow and blue fans who are up in the Stretford end, the West Stand here tonight, or at the other end in the East Stand, the Wigan Warriors supporters. There's fans from all over the place. There's the Cumbrians are here, Army Rugby League represented, Wales Rugby League up in the stand to my left here. So there's fans congregating for this great culmination of the season. Fantastic atmosphere. And, you know, there's some interesting little subplots to this today. My good friend Beth True, who's a Warrington supporter, and her boyfriend Jamie, who's a Wigan supporter, here together today. And then on the pitch today, you've got Dom Crosby and his former teammate Jack Hughes. Next month, they will be at the wedding of Jack Hughes, and Dom Crosby will be the best man. Today they are going head-to-head. Next weekend, they're going to Benidorm for a stag weekend. I don't know what they're going to be talking about, but one of them's going to be celebrating. Meanwhile, a big part of today now is the social media operations. Both clubs have got their social media operations underway. They've been firing out tweets, just as we have with Barry and Terry, our social media operation, who are now on Facebook Live. We're going to join them and just talking about the magnificent atmosphere and the subplots, like Jack Hughes and Dom Crosby wedding next month. Jack Hughes wedding, Dom Crosby's best man. Next year, it's going to be the tables turn when Dom gets married. Jack Hughes is going to be the best man. Stefan Ratchford and Matty Smith, business partners. But when it comes down to it, when that hooter goes, that goes out the window.
Phil, I can tell you 1000%, it doesn't matter how friendly you are with somebody. It's ultimately about what colour shirt he's got on. If that mate, that friend, that best man has a different coloured shirt, then he's the enemy.
You know why? Because we know, because that was us.
Still are. Right, the crowd have heard the team news. Yeah. There was a massive roar from the Wigan fans when they heard the name Sean O'Loughlin among their bench players. What a decision that must be for Sean Wayne. He's had a couple of training sessions apparently back end of the week.
You'd take that gamble, wouldn't you? For Sean O'Loughlin to play, he played in big games in 2014, 3 big games, they went on to win the Cups. He's a quality player. The likes of Chris Sandow as well, with Warrington. Tony Smith took the gamble with Chris Sandow. But there's 2 players there that are game breakers, that are leaders, that inspire people around them, and just settle the nerves of the youngsters around them. So just little players that they come up with, but it's what they do in their actions in the warm-up, in the changing room, and in the build-up to this game, Bill.
Who has got the edge, though, do you think, going into this game?
We were just talking about this on Facebook Live. We were considering the fact that on any other grand final, it's a little bit wet, a little bit drizzly, kicking game and territory is imperative. But I think the dry track will suit Wigan. I thought all week that Warrington would start favourites and it would be all about Warrington. 3rd time lucky for them. But I'm starting to change my mind a little bit. I think this game is so close. We haven't had a draw, we haven't had extra time, but I'm predicting, I'm putting it out there, that it's going to be extra time.
How about Golden Point extra time for the second week running?
Is he sitting on the fence with that reaction? Do you know what? The conditions, it normally rains, doesn't it, at grand final. The conditions are absolutely perfect. The pitch is rock solid. Warrington have got a side that like to play the game. If you see Wigan play early on, I think they'll try and get this into a dogfight. The outside backs for Wigan, shooting up really hard, trying to force Warrington back into the middle. I think it's going to be a tremendous game. It's going to be a physical game, and I cannot wait, though.
No, I can't wait either. Just sensational atmosphere. Grand final atmosphere, Eddie. It is just wonderful. And bring on the big game.
Absolutely, bring it on, and Terry and Barry will continue talking now on our Facebook Live. You know, they seem like chalk and cheese. No, not Barry and Terry, but the Australian Tony Smith and the Englishman Sean Wayne, they've got lots in common. Both out to win their 2nd Super League titles, both played for Workington Town. The 2 head coaches also share a healthy respect for each other, even if they are planning each other's downfall tonight. Angela Powers spoke to them about their motivation for this evening.
It was always going to be sport, was it? No other job would suit you quite as well?
No, it was always sport. I had 2 elder brothers who used me as a punch bag for 15 years. So there was no other sport for me. Rugby league was the one, and where we're from, it's you know, you had to look after yourself. So it had to be rugby league.
I don't know whether it was ever inevitable that that was the path I was going to take, but it's worked out that way. My brother Brian was then first grade coach for some years, and I played under him at a couple of stages. I had a bad injury at one stage, and I became a kicking coach for the team. So that probably gave me a little bit of a taste of coaching. I can't see myself doing anything else really.
Your coaching style is very direct.
Yeah, it's direct. Me as a coach, I want to be known as an honest, direct, straightforward. But honesty is the key for me. I want the players to trust me, and hopefully I have that trust off my players.
He's a motivator, and you know, I hear him speak after games, and he's very, very passionate about his team and his club, and you know, and that comes across, and you know that's how he instills some of that pride in his players into their club and their and what they're about, and I respect that a whole lot.
And are you different, similar?
I think I'm pretty laid back in some respects, and you know, I ask my players a lot of what they think, and you know, sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but you know, I'm not a I'm pretty calm. I don't yell and rant too often. You know, I certainly, you know, respect the players that I coach, and hopefully they've got some respect for me in return, and you know, that's probably the main basis of how I coach.
What do you think of Tony, and what do you think about the way he goes about being a head coach in the Super League?
Tony is a good fella, no doubt about that, and over the years I've had some advice. I remember my first year saying something at the game what I shouldn't have said, and he just tipped me off, and I don't mind that. You know, he's been around a long time, so I took it on board. So I've a lot of respect for him on how he's kept his team playing so well for so long. So and that's what, you know, when we beat Warrington a few weeks ago, it made that game all the more special because I'm coming up against a real smart, tough coach.
I think we're still hurting and reeling a little bit from that game, and I think it probably gave us some determination for the next couple of weeks. We had a couple of tough matches after that, and I think the Wigan game helped us in both those games. I think it helped galvanise the determination within the team, and hopefully we learnt some lessons about what we need to do there.
Well, the two keen competitors, there's no doubt about that. Massive mutual respect for each other, but I get the impression, Steve, two totally different characters, don't you?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think you'd have to say that Sean Wayne is he coaches like he played. Very, very tough, very direct. He needs his team to get over the advantage line. He knows the importance of it. He knows that he's got the ability of Williams and Matty Smith when it comes to the kicking game. And if you can turn your opposition around time and time again, that means that your forwards have to be playing the ball quickly, get yourself into the opposition half, and then you can force them really back with a good kicking game. And they certainly have it with Smith and Williams, but also with Warrington. They realise that they can match them up front. But I think the fact that, you know, Ratchford has this ability, is a utility player. Even though he likes playing at full back, you'll often see him chime into the three-quarter line, and you'll often see him jump into dummy half. It's not all about Daryl Clark running in and scooting away. You know, Tony Smith has a full back, Ratchford, quite often when they're playing the ball in the first and second occasion, he will jump in because he knows he's got the speed.
I wonder if they're both gamblers. You look at their team lineups tonight, and the two men who find themselves on the bench, Chris Sandow for Warrington. He has been injured. He's missed everything since Wembley. And Sean O'Loughlin, it's his 6th grand final, but Sean hasn't played in the last 7. You know, these are two big rolls of the dice from these two coaches tonight.
Yeah, and different sized dice in many ways, Eddie, mainly due to the fact that, you know, Sandow is the type of man that is not really a team player. He's an individual. He's the man that can make that one break in a tight game like a grand final that can just tip the scales. And that is why Tony Smith has put him in there, because he may have to throw that man out and say to him, right, this is your opportunity to turn the game. Whereas Sean O'Loughlin, a little bit different, good leader. In the olden days, he used to be able to make the break and the offload. Now he's just the worker. His defence is quite superb. And Sean Wayne knows exactly that in the middle of that park, once O'Loughlin is out there, it's going to be difficult to pass him. He works overtime in that department.
OK, look, this is the last time that your neck is going on the block. And it's the last time you'll upset either Wigan or Warrington fans by tipping a winner. So come on, this for the last ever time after 26 years, who's going to win?
It's going to be a new name on the trophy. I'm going to go for Warrington, but only just. And I'm not quite sure who's going to do the drop goal for the 1 point.
And it might well come in extra time, the golden point, 1 pointer. We shall see. The fourth meeting between these two. Warrington leading 2-1, but this is the one that really matters. Another short break on the way right now to take us there. Who else from the Sky family wants to bid Steve O'Hear a fond farewell?
What'd you say? Steve O's retiring?
It's finally arrived, the time to give up. It won't be the same, my friend, without you and Eddie having a good old argument.
Is that right, Steve O? Retiring? Boots and all? You and Eddie? End of an era.
Mate, it was just not going to be the same. You've been, to me, you are rugby league. So what your poor old sidekick Eddie's going to do now on his own, I don't know. But enjoy it, have a great time, mate, and you will be missed. And that's from all rugby league fans.
End of an era.
Achieving greatness isn't easy. If life imitates art, then sport imitates life. Becoming a champion isn't all bright lights and adoring fans. There will be times of struggle. There will be pain. There will be fear. But through adversity comes strength. Obstacles and loss only act as motivation to achieve things that didn't seem possible. Success comes when you simply refuse to give up. The 2016 Super League Grand Final. Warrington, Wigan. 80 minutes to paint their destiny.
Henry Fraser's brilliant and unique painting of the Super League trophy leads us into this, the Super League Grand Final at 2016. Yet again, the game's top teams are chasing this, the real thing. It's Warrington against Wigan, and it's a masterpiece in waiting. The biggest night of the Super League year, and Warrington looking to end a 61-year title drought and become the 5th club to win that trophy and claim the Super League crown. The Wigan Warriors, of course, a 4th consecutive grand final. The last win in 2013 against Warrington. It's the 9th in all. They are desperate in front of this huge crowd to avoid a 6th grand final defeat. Well, we have all the fun of the fair at the grand final, and this year is no exception. The headline act pre-match is the band Fida.
Hello, Manchester. Let's rip it up. Have you sing? He's got a brand new car. Looks like a Jaguar. It's got leather seats. It's got a CD player. But I don't want to talk about it anymore. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna save it, yeah. So don't you try to fake it anymore, anymore. Hey! We start over again. We cross off new skin. We get a house in Devon. We drink cider from a... I don't want to talk about it anymore. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna save it, yeah. So don't you try to fake it anymore, anymore. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna save it, yeah. So don't you try to fake it anymore, anymore. He's got a brand new car, hey! Yeah! Somebody! Yeah! I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna save it, yeah. So don't you try to fake it anymore, anymore. I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna save it, yeah. So don't you try to fake it anymore, anymore. Save it, yeah. So don't you try to fake it anymore, anymore. Thank you.
Well, that's the internationally acclaimed band Feeder. They were due to play at the grand final back in 2011, only for heavy rain to mean that the stage could not be constructed. Tonight they were ready to get the Manchester crowd rocking with a selection of their biggest hits. They've had 25 top 40 hits, and they say they are delighted to be here at the big night of the Super League year. As you can see, the crowds have all poured into Old Trafford, and the flags are out, and all we await now are the players themselves. But first of all, we have the grand final anthem, Jerusalem, from Laura Wright.
Shine for the
With over 1 million album sales under her belt, one of the biggest selling classical artists of the past 10 years. She's previously performed at the Challenge Cup final, NFL matches, the FA Cup final. In April she was at the Grand National, and in July she was the official anthem singer of the British Grand Prix. Tonight she is the official anthem singer of the First Utility Super League Grand Final, and here they come. On the left, Warrington, led by Tony Smith. On the right, Wigan, led by Sean Wayne. A fantastic atmosphere. Blue and yellow, red and white everywhere. The biggest night of the Super League year.
This is where the nerves start to jangle. This is when the realization of the entire season is upon you. 80 minutes away from glory. Going through each individual player's mind. Some of them who have already witnessed and experienced a grand final. They know what is needed. But for some of them, they will be thinking, as a youngster, when they first started playing this game of rugby league, that this is their dream, their opportunity to become legends within their own lifetime and win that Super League trophy.
The Warrington Wolves hoping to avoid the fate that struck only one other team in the summer era, that of losing both the major finals at the end of the season. Leeds lost in 2005 the Challenge Cup final to Hull. 7 weeks later they lost the grand final to the Bradford Bulls. Tony Smith was the coach of Leeds in 2005. Here he sets a new record of 6 appearances as a coach in the Super League Grand Final. The Wigan Warriors, their opposition, beaten 6 points to 8 by Widnes at home on the 1st of September. But they've won all 4 since. And Sean Wayne knows that they have shown the resilience in coming from behind in 3 of the last 4, at Warrington and against Hull, and last week at home to Hull in the semi-final. A fantastic occasion, a fantastic night. And it's 80 minutes, Phil, that really will set the seal or ruin our season.
That's right, you've got to be best here. It's the 36th game of the season for both of these sides, and you need to produce your best performance. Everything that you've worked for all year, it's like going to a rugby league casino here, and you put everything on one colour. There's obviously massive smiles at the end if you win, and it's total devastation if you lose. As one player said before the game, Kurt Gidley, he's worked all of his life, he's played all of his life here for this one match, an opportunity here to go away as a winner in the grand final.
Well, they won the 2013 grand final against Warrington, did Wigan. They also won the 1987 Premiership final here, 8-0. Sean Wayne was a player, a prop in that Wigan side. And as Sean O'Loughlin, the club captain, delivers the final speeches, and Stephen Ratchford takes the applause of the Warrington faithful, the referee here, Robert Hicks, the 9th referee to take charge of a grand final, he will be remembering that the referee for that match in 1987, Southport's Kevin Allett, sadly passed away this week. We remember him on this special night as well. So Matty Smith gets the 2016 grand final underway, and Ashton Sims will take the ball forward.
We expect him. You always do in a grand final. It's rough and it's tough. And it started with a real bang. Look at this, bang, straight into it.
Willie Isa was underneath the legs of that man, Ashton Sims. So the gauntlet is thrown. Here is Chris Hill for the Warrington Wolves.
The Wigan objective, Eddie, is to make sure that Warrington do not get anywhere near that halfway line. It is so important when it comes to the final kick, and they've achieved that. They put in pressure.
Declan Patton's kick straight into the arms of Josh Charnley. Farewell appearance for Josh Charnley. 3rd grand final. What a stage to bid farewell to rugby league. and the Wigan Warriors.
Yeah, he certainly read it well. Charnley knew kick was coming. Patton put it into the corner. He's been there everywhere. He's got the experience, and it will take something from the experienced players to maybe turn this game.
Dan Sargentson at dummy half. Ball goes into centre field. That was Willie Iser. He managed to hang on to the ball, but Wigan haven't. That's the first mistake and the first knock-on of the grand final.
It sometimes can be the pressure, and it certainly was for the Warrington Wolves. Look how they went through it. There was man there. Good work from Declan Patton. What a season for Patton.
Well, John Bateman couldn't hang on to the ball. The pressure was on him. And it's a chance here for Warrington now to get possession from this scrum 12 or 13 metres inside the Wigan half.
Well, you don't normally see that from the experienced John Bateman. He's had a superb season already. But this is a night where he has to really perform to his 100%.
Ashton Sims to his feet and plays the ball to Darrell Clark. Here now is Chris Hill, who has been magnificent all season for Warrington Wolves, the skipper.
Boy, he just did it well. He had a little bit of a fumble there.
This is the young Sam Wilde, only his 4th start, and he's playing in a grand final. Unbelievable. Darren Clark gets it away to Kurt Gidley.
He's got the experience, Eddie, to make sure that they just keep down there. They don't have to panic and try to score straight away. Make sure that the kick into the in-goal area. This is the last. It's important to get that kick away.
It is. It's a very short in-goal area here at Old Trafford, as we all know. But this is a perfect kick from Gidley, and it's clutched out of the air by Tom Lynham, who keeps the movement going. Back it comes to Westerman. Rhys Evans now on the half volley, but they're there in numbers, Wigan, and they stop any chance down that right-hand side for Warrington, the left defence at Wigan.
Sheer panic there in Wigan in the defence at the moment. You could see there that the winger took it very well. Tom Lynham leaped ahead, but fair play to Wigan. Their defence was solid.
Well, they were in scramble mode then, Wigan. They can't turn over the ball so cheaply against this Warrington side. You look at the back line that Warrington have got the likes of Stephen Ratchford, Gidley, Deck Patton, hasn't he come of age? Wigan trying to play outside of them. Warrington, when they're best, when they go forward, they play aggressive, go forward, they defend heroically. But Warrington certainly look up for this game in the opening stages.
Yes, very quickly forward, Warrington in defence. Wigan having trouble getting out of their own red zone. They might here now with Ben Flower, but again, good tackling low down. Sean Wayne watching on from the stands here, just looking a little anxious in the opening 4 minutes. This is Gelling now, though, for the Warriors.
Maybe a little bit of a problem there for the prop forward, Ben Flower. He doesn't look 100%. He got shaken up in that last taken.
So chances here now for Lynham to bring this ball away for Warrington after the kick downfield from Matty Smith.
Well, the word has been out that Sean Wayne working on that kick right into the corner. They feel that perhaps Tom Lynham a little bit suspect, especially from the high kick.
Ratchford at dummy half into centre field. It comes to Ashton Sims. He gets Warrington over the halfway line and only just. Behind him at dummy half, Matty Russell. Good little run from Russell. And he wasn't tackled. The ball carrying arm didn't hit the deck. He got it away then to Joe Westerman. Westerman takes it forward.
It's obvious Warrington and their coach Tony Smith want to keep this ball alive.
Gidley with another good run.
Yeah, certainly putting himself about Gidley, the experience there.
And it's the last tackle again. Here's another good kick from Patton. It's going wide, but Lynham takes the ball out.
Just a touch too heavy there. Lynham knew that the kick was on.
Well, Wigan have only made 2 attacking kicks, but both have been directed toward Lewis Tierney, the left winger. I think big Tom Lynham might be just to be able to get over the top of him. And now it's Tierney who attempts to go forward, but at the moment, a far better start to the match by the Wolves.
5 minutes of the grand final gone. Wigan in possession with Oliver Gildart. Just about 25 metres away from his own line. Will stand and play the ball to Josh Charnley. Charnley will take it forward again, but good tackling coming in from Chris Hill inevitably, and also Westerman, and there's the first penalty of the grand final.
Yeah, his same was being held, but you know, he's had experience, Westerman. He knows that all those little tricks still help him down, but you can see he was not going to let Charnley get up and play the ball quickly. That is a vital 45 metres further down for Wigan.
It is. They begin this set of 6 about 32 metres away from the Warrington line, and it's with Gelling, who comes into centre field to find Matty Smith, and he drops the pass off. This is Frank Paul Nuasala.
Hold.
Nuasala will stand, plays it to Sam Powell. What a job he's done this year in the absence of Michael McIlorum. George Williams plays the ball back to him again. This now Dan Sargentson, another on a farewell performance. It's with George Williams once more, the former Young Player of the Year, replaced on Monday night by Tom Johnson of the Wakefield Wildcats. Bateman trying to get to his feet quickly. And here is a penalty. Here is a penalty to Wigan, and it's in front of the sticks. Do you take the two?
I would. It's always nice to get a scoreboard kicking.
Well, that's exactly how the 2013 Grand Final started. Wigan took a 2-0 lead in that, and it looks as though 3 years later they're going to do the same.
Eddie, in the early stages of the game, Wigan were looking to try and play around Warrington. They've earned 2 penalties by running hard, running direct, landing on the front, and then Warrington trying to slow them down. That's the reason why they find themselves in this field position.
And of course, Tony Smith will get the message out to the loose forward Joe Westham, and do not mess around at the play the ball. Remember, they had Wigan under pressure. They were fighting to get out of their own half, and then all of a sudden that penalty has changed the whole complexion of this. This should be an easy kick for Matty Smith, but under the circumstances, listen to this crowd. The atmosphere is amazing.
Well, 3 goals and a drop goal in the win at Warrington last month for Matty Smith. Grand Final winner 2013. He's lost the last 2 with St Helens and against Wigan in 2010 as well. Well, he's kicking into the Warrington faithful. They'll try and blow this ball away. They don't succeed, and Wigan have a 2-point lead.
And it'll all go down. You've got to be composed when it comes to the big games. And there's none bigger than the Grand Final at Old Trafford. And he's the man that gave away those 35, 40 metres forward. And he knows they can't afford to do that. The defences are so tight. They are so eager and keen to make sure that they don't make progress, that giving away penalties throughout the 80 minutes could cost them the trophy.
Ratchford restarts then. High kick into the corner, picked up by Williams. When Bush just run from the prop forward, Ben Flower. He'll get to his feet. We'll play the ball then to Gildart. Liam Farrell will take it forward for the Wigan Warriors. Second, just a point behind Warrington after 30 rounds. Hull slipped up in the Super 8s, open the door. These two burst through it, and here they are at the 2016 Grand Final. Frank Paul Nuasala gets Wigan to the halfway line at the end of tackle number 4.
Well, it's obvious Sean Wayne has said to the prop forward, look, I want all the best from you in the open 20 minutes. He really is putting himself about. But this could be the key man, the youngster George Williams. He's got the quality, he's got a great step, good dummy.
Matty Smith will go high with his kick under pressure from Hughes. It is high, it's spiralling, but Ratchford underneath, it's safe, as he has been for much of the season.
Well, when they kicked that penalty, Matty Smith was going back and he was saying to his players, let's make sure that we calm down. And all it was 5 straight carries along with a good kick. It's simple but effective.
Here's a penalty now for Warrington, offside against Wigan. Too eager, too quick.
Yeah, it's a nerve factor. It happens, even with the experienced players, they just want to get off that, and you can see there.
It's a Russell factor, Mike. It's also the Russell factor. He can just bounce up off the floor and play so quickly that so many of his team's penalties are awarded when he's held down and his team all of a sudden get to the other end of the field.
But the players have to look at the official, and you could see quite clearly there was about 5 or 6 Wigan on that far side who made no attempt to get back to 10.
Clark will drop this ball off again too. That's a rarity. That's a rarity, a mistake. And they've gone on the free play from Matty Smith with a long kick downfield. Now then, I think the referee, Stuart, might give Wigan rather, the advantage of that ball going over the line, because this is a 40-20.
That's right, it's a 40-20, so the advantage is up the field. And that's what they've got, a scrum 15 metres out.
And that's the second mistake that Warrington have done, and look where they find themselves. The good hit there, Sam Powell. He knew he put the shoulder. The big hit underneath the ball-carrying arm. How many times do we see it? That they carry the ball into the on-beat tackle and then lose it. But the kick was superb. The experience from Matty Smith. And look at the face of Josh Charnley.
Yes, quick thinking from Matty Smith. It was maybe a kick for Charnley to chase, and if he didn't make the chase, which he didn't, the 40-20 would be good enough. So head and feed at Wigan for this scrum, and here now is Liam Farrell who will take it forward. That's a solid enough run from him. They're now 12 metres away from the Warrington line. Powell waits, drops the pass off. Ben Flower goes past Hill, or thinks he has. Hill and Gidley in the end dealing with the threat. Powell waits again, 5 metres away from the Warrington line. This now is Williams. Williams gives the ball to Willie Isa. What an end of the season for Willie Isa, his first at Wigan, having moved from witness at the back end of last year. Williams again gets the pass away. Bateman, it's good stuff. This is Smith. He turns into the tackle that came at him from Declan Patton. Powell once more. Now George Williams will dab the kick in.
Oh, good job.
Knocked back by Gidley. Good work.
He just got his foot out because that was try time. No doubt about it. That was TRY if ever I saw one. It was a beautiful kick. And watch Gidley. Oh, just got into it. You could see Liam Farrell. He was onto it. That could have been a try.
And he kicked on the third play because he realised that Warrington had rushed up off the line.
Kurt Gidley. First season, a grand final. First season, a Challenge Cup final.
And what a great run there from Darrell Clark. He's a key factor for this Warrington outfit.
Last tackle though coming up here for Warrington, only just over halfway. Gidley's kick is going to be important. High they go again, this time down the middle of the field. Sargenson's underneath it, and Dan Sargenson claims it.
Well, it's a good chase, but it was far too deep. You've got to put a lot of pressure on the fullback, and Sargenson can handle that. Such a utility player, isn't he, Dan Sargenson? Can play in the centres, even on the wing.
Tierney plays the ball. Powell gives it then to Anthony Gelling, the Cook Islander, in his second grand final. And he's arrived at Old Trafford in great form. Charnley with a drive forward, but halted by Westerman. Sims there as well. Darrell Clark hunting too. Now Frank Paul Nuasala will take it over the halfway line into the chest of Chris Hill.
And another great run from the forward. Nuasala and Ben Flower, they really are taking the heavy stuff. Kick through, it's a beauty. Oh, it's got the wrong bounce.
Terrible bounce, brilliant bounce for Rhys Evans.
Oh, that was on. Well, we expected the Wigan just to be furious and careful in the opening stanza and really get into them. But this is a beautiful kick. It was certainly on. Oh, and it just bounced back.
Stood on its end and went back into Rhys Evans' arms.
I think what you're seeing there with George Williams on the left is the threat both to pass the ball and to kick it. His variety of play and the variation, and also we know he does love to run at defenders if there's a gap. Those three factors really make him probably, as you said, Mike, the most dangerous player on the field.
Matty Russell goes down on the last for the Warrington Wolves. Midway inside the Wigan half. Kurt Gidley again will hoist this kick high. It's another corker. Tierney has called for it, and Tierney claims it. Now he's quick. He is quick, is Tierney. Wow, look at this run across in front of his own post. And in the end, another youngster gets to him, Declan Patton.
Yeah, with a quick play of the ball, and got them in the ascendancy. Good offload as well there from Sargenson, though it's fumbled. Oh boy, hectic pace it.
Yes, it is. It's being played at breakneck pace, this. As Hill wrestles John Bateman to the ground. Sargenson. Sargenson to halfway on tackle number 4.
That was a big hit there by Ashton Sims.
Pick the ball up, Dan.
Anthony Gelling gets away from Jack Hughes, can't get away from Westerman. Down he goes on the 5th. Here comes the last then for Wigan. It'll go high off the boot of Matty Smith. Oh, and Liam Farrell's in there and in amongst it, but that's well claimed by Lyman.
Yeah, again, they thought that perhaps he might be a little bit of a weakness. That's great work there by Farrell. Boy, he works overtime.
He does, not giving Stephen Ratchford an inch.
And this is where they've got to work really hard on the outside backs for Warrington. Every time that an outside back like Ryan Atkins or Matty Russell gets in, they're going to carry the ball, they're going to scoop from dummy half. Your markers need to split, get forward and just close that threat down. Here he goes again. Every time he carries the ball, he's a danger man, Matty Russell.
Ashton Sims, one-handed, gets the ball away to Wild. He finds Rhys Evans. Evans then wide to Lynham.
He just overran it there, did Lynham. He really should have been running onto the ball. He had to reach back for it. They're vital split seconds.
That's a neat little kick, though, from Kurt Gidley. Oh, it won't find the line. No, it doesn't. And I suppose, really, Kurt Gidley will be happy enough about that, because they will now hunt the mistake from the Dan Sargenson and the Wigan Warriors.
Yeah, you can see there was the umbrella defence, but the way that Wigan are playing the ball very quickly,
Warrington first and second markers, they are not as quick as they should be.
Powell, dummy half. Here's Charlie. Coming in to try and take a bit of the weight off the forwards.
Well, this has been the most enterprising I've seen an opening from the Wigan outfit this year.
I think as well, Mike, it's the fastest 15 minutes of a grand final we've ever seen. Very little stops in play. Here's Farrell.
Brilliant ball from Williams to Farrell. He has support. He didn't release the pass. He does now. He finds Powell again. And Powell. Warrington scrambling back and getting him down. It's the last. Wigan are running it inevitably. This is Bateman. Gelling forward. Forward a mile from Gelling. Charlie thought he was in on his final appearance, and the pass from Gelling drifted forward. Chance gone.
Well, you take a gamble when you call it the no-look pass. No doubt in anybody's mind, but what about the inside pass from Williams there to Farrell? As I said, this has been the best we've ever seen from Wigan this season alone. They are going out there to just completely rip Warrington apart. And I'm telling you, I kept mentioning the fact that the Warrington first, second markers, they're all over the place.
Well, it's a great start from Wigan, but it's only 2 points. 2-point advantage, and Sean Wayne will know that better than any of us. Great start from them, but they've only got the 2 points on the board, courtesy of the penalty from Matty Smith.
But they're building in confidence, Eddie. That's the most important factor. And Warrington realise they've got to respond very, very quickly.
Get square. Hold. Go.
Darryl Powell to Kurt Gidley. Along the line it goes to Chris Hill.
Move. This is
Last tackle coming up for Warrington. Ratchford is there, turns the ball back to Patton. Bit of time for Patton to choose his spot. It goes high towards Josh Charnley's wing. Oh, and Charnley's knocked it on. That's what he was looking for.
That's the error.
Charnley was up in the air, legs all over the place.
Not the best attempt, it went right through the basket. Oh, he will be absolutely furious with himself. That's the first real big error that we've seen from this Wigan outfit.
He gets that all wrong, doesn't he, when he jumps for that? And you said, Eddie, that Patton wasn't putting any pressure when he kicked that ball. You need to pressure the likes of Stephen Ratchford and Kurt Gidley and Dec Patton, players that can genuinely kick the ball and land it where they want it.
Josh Charnley won't like that. He was left out of last year's grand final, remember. He's here tonight, and he has just gifted Warrington some real momentum. Atkins trying to go inside. Willie Isa goes down on the tackle. Clark, quick play the ball. Gidley gets it away. Ashton sings.
Oh, great tackle there by Bateman.
Clark again. Clark will try and pinch one himself. Wigan are allowed to that. Down he goes on tackle number 4. Couple left this set of 6. Glorious position for Warrington. Gidley, go, well picked up. Brilliant.
Chance. Ryan Atkins, he had to lean forward for it, but there was a huge gap. Beautiful offload, and he knew it. Look, there was nobody there. This was 4 points in the bag, and he has dropped it.
Well, Toby King does remarkably well, doesn't he, to offer a chance, the first chance for Warrington to score the first try of this grand final. But catches win matches, as they say in cricket. So the same here in Rugby League grand final. You have to take the difficult ones.
Lovely touch from Toby King to find Ryan Atkins. He just couldn't take the ball in. It was a little bit low, to be fair to Atkins, but the chance was there.
You've got to take them, Eddie, because there won't be many coming their way.
Here's a man who'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Josh Charnley, as he gets up and plays the ball. Don Crosby now for Wigan.
Look at Wigan's playing the opening few plays. Everyone congregates around the ball. Everyone's an option. Everyone's putting their hand up. It's only the back end of the set that they start moving out and pulling off into shape to offer that field position for the teammates.
And not surprisingly that Sean Wayne has thrown out Don Crosby on there, because Floud and Nuasala have really worked overtime, and that will not please the coach. It won't please the Wigan fans either.
Another no-look pass goes forward.
Well, Wigan need to score points, don't they? The pressure there from Tom Lynham.
Watch this tackle as well here from Lynham there.
Yeah, he just zooms in. He's got eyes for Oliver Gildart, hasn't he? But Wigan can't keep turning the ball over in their own half. They're up against the Warrington side that scored more points than anybody else in Super League this year. They've also got the best defensive record. So when you get those opportunities, you force those mistakes, you need to make the most of them. You can't just keep making the mistakes in your own half, inviting Warrington to near your try line.
Just like to give a quick mention here to Mrs. Anne Davey, who desperately wanted to be here today, but she's not too well, I'm afraid, right now. And I hope that this grand final is giving you a real pick-me-up. I know that you're watching at home on TV. It is fantastic entertainment in the opening 20 minutes. And I just wonder who will take the initiative and get the first try. Warrington are hunting that here with Darrell Clark.
Well, they'll feel happy with the fact that they've really turned everything around, because it looked as though they were well and truly on the rope. And Wigan furious, and they'll be a little bit disappointed. They're only 2 points in front.
Darrell Clark gets the ball to the left-hand side. This is Declan Patton! And Declan Patton gets the first try of the 2016 Grand Final. It is called the Theatre of Dreams. It's the theatre of fairy tales for Declan Patton. Only his 18th appearance for Warrington. He's in the Grand Final. His 9th appearance of 2016. And he's written his name large in the history books of this famous event. Declan Patton gets the first try of 2016.
Well, it all came about by the chip-on pass, and you can see that he was lining. That put him under a lot of pressure. And this is just brilliant. Just throws a dummy. Very rare you see that Bateman gets caught out. Clark runs from dummy half, and you're right, Teddy. What an introduction to the top-class game from Declan Patton. Absolutely wonderful from the general, and he has opened the try scoring. What a start for them.
And what's more, he is going to try and add the extras.
Well, the opening quarter has been about pace, intensity and precision, and the team that applies those three things the most will give them a chance. And ultimately, it's Warrington who get their names on the scoreboard first. Matty Smith probably left with a one-on-one decision. He was uncomfortable to move forward. He backed off a little bit, and that young man has just got his side into the game.
OK, so Declan Patton then to try and make it the perfect 6 for Warrington. He has nerves of steel, this 21-year-old. And Warrington have the lead, 6 points to 2.
Well, the game's all about numbers and angles, and once Darrell Clark set off there, you've got 5 attackers and 4 defenders. The vision of Patton means that he spots the gap, and those 4 points have turned into 6. All of a sudden, after a difficult 5 or 10 minute period there, they've now found themselves back in control of the match.
Well, he has played in every match since they were beaten at Wembley, and no wonder, despite the fact that Chris Sandow is fit and on the bench for Warrington, that Tony Smith elected to go with young Declan for this grand final.
And that just shows you that you need to have the courage, not as a player, Eddie, but also as a coach. He could not leave him out the way that Declan Patton has been playing over the past 4 or 5 weeks. He's been outstanding. You talk about a man who has just turned himself into a star overnight.
Westerman gets it away to Gidley. Gidley then to Wild. He's cut down by... There is Chris Sandow waiting his chance. He's cut down by George Williams in that last tackle. And the Tautai is out there now for Wigan.
This is the last. It's got to be a good kick as well.
It's with Gidley, who normally puts good kicks in, and that's exactly what he's done again here.
Oh, they're all over the place.
It's another knock-on. Well, these kicks, the last 2, are causing Wigan all sorts of problems. Too many cooks here spoiling the broth.
Well, there was too many saying, "I'll shield you," when nobody said, "I'll take him." He's nowhere near it, Dan Sargentson.
Jumped a little bit too early, Dan Sargentson. He's got a full-back by trade. He's put his hand up, and with the ball in his hand, he's a devastating roundabout. Those are the facets of the game. As a full-back, you need to get right.
The ball just flicked up and touched his arm there, just as it hit the ground, came back up and hit him. Not on the way down, it was after it hit the ground.
Therefore, that's why the knock-on was given. That's why Warrington have head and feed. And here is Patton. Now he gives it to Ashton Sims. Sims gets Warrington to within 10 metres again. Clark. Gidley. Gidley gets it away. Wild. It's Toby King, I beg your pardon. Toby King is the man who's on the ball.
Good tackle by Gildart, had to be as well.
Westerman again up the middle.
That was a delayed pass. He didn't expect that. Westerman did well to take it. Now every time that youngster Declan Patton is shouting for the ball, he's creating all sorts. He'll go close.
He does go close. Stands and plays it to Clark. They give it width to Gidley again. A little drop of the shoulder. Gidley. He's almost over the line. Just short. This is the last one coming up. Gidley will play it. Clark gets it away. Try! Try! No! Has he dropped that? He has. No need for Robert Hicks. It's Jack Hughes. No need for Robert Hicks to hand this upstairs.
Boy, the referee was in a good position. Nowhere near the end of the attempt. He's claiming, not that he scored the try, but he's claiming that somebody knocked it out.
Anthony Gelling has a hand on the arm. He's allowed to have an hand on the arm. If he touches the ball, there's a question to be asked. Good defence from Wigan.
But a golden opportunity there. And Jack Hughes was very, very close. Sean Wade, the Wigan coach, has got to get the message out there. We've got to be a little bit tighter in the defence. They're a little bit fragile at the moment.
Well, Warrington have certainly weathered the early storm, haven't they, that was thrown at them by the Wigan Warriors. 24.5 minutes gone, they hold the lead, 6-2. Wigan in possession, though, with Tau Tai, the hero of the KCOM Stadium the other week. His first try of the season on that particular occasion. Powell goes right to Matty Smith. Matty Smith now tries to unlock the defence. But Ratchford is safe.
Good kick pressure, though. Warrington renowned for that. That's part of their DNA. They put pressure on the kickers. It affords a little bit of time to the fullback, and that's the reason they're in an advantageous position returning the ball.
Well, Josh Charlie very fortunate there. It looked to me as though he came in late. It looked as though it was a flop. Referee Robert Hicks says, get on with it. I must say, he's handling it very well indeed, because we've had some tremendous... That was a shocking pass.
Good tackle.
And it is the free play at the moment. Williams will get the ball away somehow, and it's Sargentson, and Sargentson goes past Westerman, and Sargentson still. What a run that was, and what a very, very good tackle back in defence by Patton. Here now is Williams, stabs the kick in. Oh, he went early. He went so early.
It's a huge gamble, because you could see there was no fullback there.
Well, Eddie, it looks like Sean O'Loughlin is about to enter the fray for Wigan. They're behind on the scoreboard. The momentum has been seesaw all match, but they feel, Sean Wayne and his coaching staff feel that they need the leadership of Sean O'Loughlin.
Well, this is a huge boost for him, for Sean O'Loughlin. Only the 24th substitute appearance in 382 games for Wigan.
But it's given a penalty away, Eddie. Messing around at the play of the ball. You can see it was a bit high. And he's holding on. He had a second one. Darrell Clark's pinched that. He has kidded the official there. And he'll be furious, Sean O'Loughlin. Absolutely furious.
This is a big moment for Wigan. I wonder if it's a big moment for England ahead of the Four Nations tournament that's coming up later this autumn. Is he going to be able to lead his country for Wayne Bennett? We shall have to wait and see. All that's for the future. This is the present, and the present is the 2016 First Utility Super League Grand Final. And Westerman gets the ball away to Gidley. Gidley then finds Jack Hughes.
In a good position now, and this is where Warrington will be looking for the likes of Darrell Clark now to run from the dummy half. Remember, before the game started, Stephen Ratford is not shy about going into the double and into the dummy area.
That now is George King at dummy half. Here, Gidley again, long raking pass from Westerman, and well, Russell got to it, and I tell you what, Charlie got to him. Last tackle coming up here now for Warrington. Back it comes to Patton. Great kick, another great kick. Almost put out of the air. Here is Tierney. This is the zero tackle.
Boy, they've got a touch to it as well. Again, Wigan's defence, they're not defusing these kicks. It is a huge problem. That was just sheer luck that they didn't concede a try there.
Oh, and a fumble, but it went backwards from Dan Sargentson, but that's no good as far as Wigan are concerned, because Ashton Sims comes in very quickly to make sure he's not getting up off the floor. Tau Tai has lost the ball.
Oh, what a great tackle as well.
Free play, Hughes dabs the ball over the top. They'll bring it back for the scrum. They knew they could do that. They had that luxury. They're going to be becoming more and more frustrated.
Are they ever? And they know they're coming up with the errors. You can't afford to do things like that. Boy, that was good work, wasn't it there? Wonderful play by Ryan Atkins. He went for the ball carrying arm. And the big fella just couldn't hang it. He holds his hand up, but I'm afraid this could be costly.
He knows, Steve, or his job is to be one of those eater meters, gain the territory. And for a second he thought about passing, and while he brought that ball away from his body, Ryan Atkins bang snapped him short.
What you could see there in that long shot, the second row, John Bateman. Dear to me, there's blood, there's claret absolutely rolling down. He's receiving a treatment there, attention.
And that's why the referee has called time off. It's, as you can see, nose injury. Atkins, by the way, made that tackle, 31 years young yesterday. Let's go down to Bill Arthur. Yet more injury news, Bill.
Yeah, Bateman isn't the only Wigan casualty. Ben Flower, who came off a short time ago, has just had a lot of strapping applied to his right hand. And it looks as though there might be well, there distinctly is a problem there, the amount of strapping that's been put on that, and what looked like a cast as well underneath that strapping, but not as though that's going to rule him out. Just a word on Sean O'Loughlin, who recently came on the field. I talked to Sean Wayne just before kick-off, and he said that Sean O'Loughlin has had 2 training sessions ahead of this game. He did Thursday's full session, and then he did the captain run on Friday, and he's got no worries about his captain's fitness.
Fair enough, so Sean Wayne hoping that O'Loughlin might be the X factor tonight. This is Ashton Sims now for the Warrington Wolves. Ashton Sims has extended his original deal. He'll be here again next year, he hopes, at Old Trafford. Gidley, meanwhile, to Westerman. Oh, he gets the ball away, and that was a knock-on by Ratchford. Ooh, this is a contentious call. Wigan is celebrating. Stewart, was this a knock-on? Did it go backwards? Certainly a fumble from Ratchford.
Well, I think that's what the referee's viewed it on. I think you see there that he actually drags it forward off his hand. So fair call there from Robert Hicks. He's had a good start.
He certainly has, but why on earth did Joe Westerman throw out a wild pass? Take the tackle, you've got them only 15 metres away from their own line, you apply the pressure. Now the pressure is off.
A tackle from George Williams. A little man on a big man, he hits underneath the ball, hips down and drives forward, forcing the error. I think we've all spoke about George Williams, the potential for him to rule this game. Certainly living up to the hype.
Now Tai will want to hang on to it this time, and does, as he gets to his feet and plays the ball to Powell. Sargentson, who's looked very dangerous moving forward. He's caused Warrington all sorts of problems when he's had the ball in his hands.
He's having a powerful game, Eddie, no doubt about that, but they need it.
That's a good ball wide. Here is Lewis Tierney. It was George Williams' pass. Tierney on the half volley, picks it up. Gildart now waits. Here is Williams again. Thought about the pass in field. Instead, wheeled away. Got it out to Tierney. Lewis Tierney down the left-hand side. Good cover tackle by Kirk Gidley.
Certainly did. Just blocked him right out.
Williams. O'Loughlin. Smith. Short ball. Bateman. Oh, pinched by Atkins. Oh, the referee's got them for offside. The whistle is blown. They don't know it at the other end. Charnley and Atkins, they think this is vital. It isn't. Bring the ball back, boys. Bring the ball back.
Time off.
On the face of it, it looks like nothing's happened there.
Ryan Atkins. The referee's at the other end of the field.
Ryan Atkins has sprinted away, and Ryan Atkins is one of the fastest blokes on the pitch.
Well, they still play for the whistle. They've just not heard the whistle.
Time off.
Haven't they? You have to have both sets of players there.
Time off.
They can't hear it in this cauldron of noise here now, with both supporters trying to do everything they can to lift the team to the half-hour mark.
Well, you're playing without a referee then, Steve-O. That would bring a smile to you on your last ever match.
Yeah, I'm not very fond of the whistleblowers, you know that. But he's absolutely right. And this is a very, very large let-off for a Wigan outfit that have been struggling the last 10, 15 minutes. What a start from the Warriors. It looked as though they were in full control. They only got the reward of the kick from Matty Smith. And you see how wide that he really has not got back. the full 10 metres.
He didn't. The referee just said Ryan Atkins was offside and he's pinched the ball, Stuart.
That's right. Ryan Atkins was called as soon as that ball was played. He was called by Clint Sharrow, the touchage on the far side. As soon as he got involved and stole the ball, Robert Hicks blew the whistle, and he blew it about 15 times, but nobody heard it.
Well, I certainly didn't, and I don't think anybody on the gantry here did. But what an opportunity now for Wigan to get back into this game when they've been under so much pressure.
And it's Bateman with the first drive in after that decision to call Atkins rightly offside. Smith gives it to Williams. Williams then finds Sargentson. Sargentson to Tierney. Lewis Tierney. A little bit of history beckoning him tonight if he scores. We remember 1998 when his dad, Jason Robinson, got over for the match winner against the Leeds Rhinos in the inaugural grand final. He would be the first father and son to score at this great event. Bateman. Bateman still pulled to the ground by Atkins, by Hughes. O'Loughlin, back it comes. Matty Smith. Here is Liam Farrell. Wide it goes to Tierney. Good defence from Lynham.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be sucked in on this occasion, Lynham. Stood his ground. Here's a kick.
From Williams. Nice one too. Well claimed. Well claimed by Joe Westerman. Tackled low by Bateman. Finished off by Tautai.
Yeah, good work by the loose forward Westerman. It had to be as well, because I don't think Westerman or anybody else was going to call for that ball, but he's a tall loose forward. Took it well. This is where Wigan now, if they just pile into their defence, they have to put the pressure. Don't let Warrington get anywhere near the halfway line. Oh, that is tough.
It is tough defence. Ryan Bailey's on the field for the Warrington Wolves. It's his 8th grand final. He's looking for his 7th victory. Patton goes down the left-hand side. It's easy for Sargentson.
What a game this full-back's having, Dan Sargentson. OK, came up with an error early in the game, but he's been the key factor. If there's anybody going to just pull the Warriors out of it, it's got to be the full-back Sargentson, especially when he chimes into the three-quarter.
He's only had the one mistake, that fumble from the high kick downfield, but he has been the man who's looked the most likely to just get this Wigan Warriors side beyond that Warrington Wolves defence. Don Crosby with another solid run down the middle.
Well, the big Ryan Bailey made big impact with the hooker, Darrell Clark, his own player.
Quick hands from Matty Smith to Anthony Gelling. And Westerman had to be alert and was. Here now is O'Loughlin. A dab into the in-goal area, towards it by Matty Smith, read perfectly again by Ratchford.
That was a poor kick. We've got to give full credit to Stephen Ratchford, put himself in a good position. He's one of the best technical fullbacks that I've seen for a while, is Stephen Ratchford. Reads the game ever so well, but that really was not a good one. He took it easy.
7 minutes to half-time. This has been the quickest 33 minutes of the season. And a rip-roaring start to the grand final.
Just in the last few minutes, though, Warrington have started to struggle to go forward with the ball. If you can't do that in rugby, you're really going to struggle to win the match. They've just about crept to the 40-metre line there. But they do need to, I think, start to increase the amount of ground they make when they receive possession, because Wigan are making far more than them.
His kicks are causing Tierney and Sargentson and Charnley all sorts of problems, though. I mean, that one skipped away dead. But, Tierney didn't look terribly interested in taking it on the full.
And look where it puts him. That was another superb kick, and that is what Warrington has done. OK, they were put under the cosh early, but now they are controlling the game.
Move, Ryan. Come on, Toby, hold.
6 minutes to half-time. Warrington ahead by 6 points to 2. Wigan in possession. Oliver Gildart will stand and play to Sam Powell. O'Loughlin, short ball back on his inside from O'Loughlin to Dan Sargentson. Warrington were waiting for that, Ryan Bailey in particular.
Well, in the early part, Wigan were doing that crisscross, and they've done it again. And it was confusing the Warrington defence, but I'm afraid they worked it out. Obviously, Tony Smith has seen the ploy. Good work from the hooker, Powell.
Tautai.
Move, Ryan. Hold.
Brought to ground. Powell. O'Loughlin. Williams, dab to the in-goal area. The ball is played out and played out and play on, says the referee.
Very fortunate there. It was bubbling all over the place.
Lynham can't get away much further downfield.
Well, you can see there it came off Gidley. Oh, it looked like a real schmozzle there, I'll tell you. They've got to get them sorted out. And again, George Williams is trying to put that kicking game to full effect. But Warrington have just diffused it all the time.
The kick coming over that his left edge, testing the defence of Warrington. Might be a bit more reward. Anthony Gelling looks dangerous. Every time he gets the ball, he threatens to break the line.
Good offload by Hughes, and very well picked up by Matty Russell. But they've reached the last tackle again, have Wigan. They're only just inside, Warrington rather, they're only just inside Wigan territory. Oh, and that's straight up and under.
Well, not the best.
Lynham, the man, gets the ball away, gives it on a plate to Williams.
Surrender!
Quickly shut down there by Kurt Gidley. You know, Gidley's the type of player that he really does know how to control the game, but he's very strong in defence as well.
You know, some people describe Rugby League at times as an arm wrestle, but at the moment, Eddie, Wigan have a slightly better grip in it, and it's just edging them towards points.
Oh, Farrell thought about getting rid of that ball and then realised his ball-carrying arm had touched the ground, thought better of it. Matty Smith, Sargentson, and Gelling this time doesn't think about the no-look pass or the hurried pass. He hangs on, takes tackle number 5.
Matty Russell, absolutely superb, clung to him.
Last one coming in, it's a kick from Matty Smith, out wide looking for Teeny, finds Teeny, who palms the ball back straight into the arms of Kurt Gidley.
I know you talked about the arm wrestle, Phil, and you thought Wigan were getting in front. I think Warrington defensively have had all the answers. You can't defend all evening, of course you can't, but I'm sure territorially they'd like to be a little bit further up the field. Let's not forget, on an occasion they got up there, they got the first try with deck pattern, but it looks very patient approach from both sides.
14th time in 19 seasons, the teams finishing first and second have made it to Old Trafford. The last two have been won by the teams finishing top, St Helens and Leeds. At the moment, the team with the league leaders' shield safely in the cabin at Warrington are leading as we're 3 minutes away from half-time. And Declan Patton with the kick to the corner, a great kick too. What a very, very old head on really young shoulders.
Certainly has, hasn't he? He's, well, every single game we keep saying throughout the season that George Williams, the stand-up from Wigan, he's certainly learning each and every game, but this kid has taken Super League by storm. His confidence is outstanding, and it's not surprising that the Wigan fans, they're a little bit upset. They know they're in a lot of trouble.
The thing I admire about Deck Patton isn't just his skill and ability, it's resilience. When he was part of that game, Ben Flower was dismissed. The 12-man Wigan side defeated Warrington from a winning position, and I spoke to him after the game. We did some of our Facebook Live interviews, and he was visibly shaken, upset. And he's gone away, he's worked on the things that let him down, and so far he's putting them into practice.
Powell, O'Loughlin. Well, he does look fit, doesn't he? Sean O'Loughlin. Talking about a possible gamble from both Tony Smith and Sean Wayne before the match, playing O'Loughlin and Sandow off the bench. But Sean Wayne confident in his skipper's ability, and more importantly in his skipper's fitness. 4 tackles gone for Wigan here. That was Ryan Sutton who gets to his feet. Sargentson again. Good tackle, Gidley. Forced a hurried pass from Sargentson. He finds Williams.
Look at that solid defence by Warrington. Not one of those players came out of the line.
O'Loughlin again, hands on the ball, gives it to Williams. Wide they come. Here is Gildart. Gildart gets it away to Tierney. They muscle up in defence. Booming pass. Oh, and he finds the mark with Sutton. He spins away from 2. That's the turnover.
Well, Sutton had no option there, but you see when he first took the ball, he was looking for support play. Watch it when Sutton gets it. He's looking to get someone there. Here it goes. If they'd have had someone there quickly, but they were not. There was nobody there.
We've seen some great examples of both teams stretched to almost breaking point, but just about holding out in defence.
Clark with another good run, trademark run from the Warrington hooker.
Yeah, and he knows when to slow the game down, and that's the importance about this Warrington side. You know, he can be flash, can Darryl Clark, and he wants to play that way, but there are sometimes times when you know, run from dummy half, get that important 10 metres forward.
Stefan Ratchford from dummy half gives it to Joe Westerman. We are now exactly 10 seconds away from the half-time siren. And Ratchford knows that, so he humps the ball right down the middle of the field.
Well, that surprised me. I thought maybe a little chip over the top would have been a better option when he knew it was close to the half-time hooter.
There is the half-time siren in the background. Tony Smith's Warrington lead at the break. Declan Patton with all 6 points, trying to go from him after Matty Smith had kicked Wigan into a 2-point lead on the 7th minute. So the flags are flying for Warrington at the moment. 40 minutes remaining of the 2016 Grand Final, the last Grand Final that my learned colleague will be alongside me here in the commentary box. And as we go to the break, we'll be back with all the analysis of this first half. As we go to the break, let's hear some tributes from the other side.
Steve-O, Scott here. Congratulations on a fantastic, fantastic career, my friend. You must have been there a while, let me tell you, because you were calling the games when I was playing for Wigan all these years ago.
Peerless as a commentator, a man with enthusiasm on television, with expertise. But that's just the half of it. Steve-O, off the pitch, anyone who knows him is an absolute gem.
Not only have you been a fantastic commentator, a fantastic advocate for rugby league, not only over here in Britain, but worldwide as well.
Sky will be a much, much poorer place without you, Steve-O. Even a rugby union man has to say it. I love you, brother.
We have a second half of the Super League Grand Final to bring you. After that, you can watch Michael Van Gerwen against Gary Anderson for the World Grand Prix of Darts in Dublin. That's 8:30 p.m. on Sky Sports 1. Then tomorrow, the second one-day international, Bangladesh against England, 9 a.m. start for that one on Sky Sports 2. And for all the Formula One fans, the Japanese Grand Prix starts at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Sky Sports Formula One. Now, if you didn't catch the first episode of this, it's well worth a watch, starring Anthony Hopkins and Ed Harris. It is now available on Catch Up TV, Westworld, Sky Atlantic. Right, we will bring you to the half-time tail of the tape here at Old Trafford, and it is the narrow favourites going into the game, the Warrington Wolves, who lead 6 points to 2 against the Wigan Warriors. Wigan first on the scoreboard through a Matty Smith penalty before Warrington Wolves hit back. Our coach Tony Smith has said during the week, if they want to be considered one of Super League's big boys, this is the prize that they need to win. You would imagine it would be a very controlled and calm dressing room in there at halftime as they have that 4-point lead. And in the Wigan Warriors dressing room, Sean Wayne, well, he's unloaded his full bench in that first half, including Sean O'Loughlin. A surprise introduction into the matchday 17. Sean Wayne has already given him a start. They have had their periods in that first 40 minutes, but at halftime they do trail to the Warrington Wolves. And they probably, John Wells, the Wigan Warriors, started the game better and were quicker into their stride than the Warrington Wolves in this hugely intimidating and pressurising atmosphere.
Yeah, with all the noise and with all the distraction and with all the weight of expectation from this crowd and this atmosphere on the players, it was understandable that there were going to be nerves early on. And I thought Wigan actually displayed the worst of the nerves, but they also settled first. They also got into those familiar patterns, the familiar things we've been to see, things that pop out at you. For example, Dan Sargentson, that ability to be able to step and offload on the inside. We'll just have a look at him doing back on the inside, offload. Then the thing that strikes fear into the heart of everybody, George Williams coming across the field into the fringes of your own 10-metre area. Bateman pulling through the tackle, culminated in a penalty to Matty Smith, and 2-0 on the board for Wigan.
Williams been very good running the ball, engineering a break here. Some of the decisions questionable though.
Some of his
decisions.
Yes, I think rash at times. I think the one that sticks out to both of us is the kick on the zero tackle. Yeah, youth and inexperience. Despite the plaudits he's been getting, this is a big stage, big pressure. Nice piece of work around the ruck to enable to commit the first marker and the first defender here to send Liam Farrell through. Nicely worked, nicely organised, clean break by Farrell, not able to capitalise though. At first glance, when you look at this, you think, well, this is all on for Wigan, and I was struggling to understand at first why they didn't capitalise. I'll just show you that. I mean, at that point, you've just got to say, with 4 attackers and 2 defenders really able to affect any change at all, that it was going to be a try for Wigan. Have a look at the second defender in, just here. It's Matty Russell. I want you to have a look at the subtle movements that he makes in defence and what that allows Dec Patton on the outside to do. We'll just run this on. At the moment, his hips are gone. This straightening up there to take on John Bateman forces Bateman into a ball and buys the time for Dec Patton to get in, which in turn rushes Gelling's pass.
If Russell continues his run cross-field, then Bateman steps in.
Yeah, Bateman gets him on the inside. Really calm stuff.
The Warrington Wolves had a very good chance through Ryan Atkins, who dropped the ball with the line in front of them, but they gradually got themselves back into that game. And then with kicks and running the ball, they caused Wigan an awful lot of pressure.
We will take a long, hard look at a really brave decision being made by Tony Smith to start this man who played a massive part in getting the Warrington Wolves to the grand final. They had to sit this man on the bench, a potential match winner. Huge call. We'll park that for a second, and I'm going to take you back to the reason that this try was scored, or the reason that they got the space to score. The man coming out of dummy half now is Darrell Clark. These were a couple of his 3 probing runs that he made in the first 40 minutes, and that had a real effect, a profound effect on the way that the Wigan Warriors defended. 2 from earlier on. Now we go back to the Patton try. This is the play before, and have a look at the time when Chris Hill gets up and plays the ball. The man at the base of the ruck here, Darrell Clark. The man with the headband on is Sam Powell. Just have a look at what Sam Powell does. He's trying to preempt what Darrell Clark is doing to try and stop one of those runs. He goes too soon. Darrell Clark gets him on the outside. Now there's a problem because he can now get into that hole behind the ruck. And Bateman, you don't need full gaps. You don't need big spaces to run in. You just need a defender on the wrong foot. That is a defender on the wrong foot. Once you've got that and you've got somebody with I guess the speed of thought of Dec Patton, that's only going to end one way. He is a mercurial talent who is only going to get better, and they lead 6-2 in large part because of that brave decision from Tony Smith.
Okay, Bateman beaten by Patton, but of course the damage done by Darrell Clark. Warrington Wolves 6 points to 2 in front. As I said, they still have Chris Sandow in reserve in the second half should they need him, but at the moment Dec Patton earned his place and is starring for the Warrington Wolves.
Steve-O, speaking as a former rugby league presenter, I can only say that not many people are irreplaceable, but in my view, you are. Trips to Cheltenham, they'll never be the same again. Remember getting on that train at Reading to join you in first class with all the people in their finery, all the toughs drinking champagne, and you with your brown paper bag full of cider. But I tell you what, Steve-O, you had more class than all of them put together. We will all miss you big time. Best of luck, mate.
Yeah, we will miss him big time. The game will miss him big time, and the final 40 minutes of a glittering broadcasting career is ahead of us, and Warrington Wolves are leading here by 6 points to 2, and we'll have yet more tributes to Steve-O at the end of the game here when the final siren sounds. And Steve-O also will be presenting the Harry Sunderland Award to the man of the match. As a former winner of that award yourself, Steve-O, that surely will be a very proud moment for you.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it, Eddie, and I'm looking forward to an absolutely magnificent second stanza. 40 minutes, and that trophy is going either blue and yellow or red and white. Warrington, to me, looked as though they were in control in the final 15 minutes of that first half. Can we see Wigan fight their way back?
Well, it's Wigan who will attack from left to right as we watch, and that's Ryan Sutton with the first run of this grand final. Warrington will have to make yet more history. Remember, they are looking for their first title since 19 55. They also have a dreadful record against Wigan in major finals, having won just one of the last 11. The last final victory against Wigan came 36 years ago, October 1980, when they won the Lancashire Cup at Knowsley Road, 26-10. Wigan then were in the second division of all things. So it really is going to be an historic night for the Warrington Wolves if they win here at Old Trafford, and they are ahead as we begin this second 40. And there is a kick from George Williams that is high and towards the left-hand side, but well dealt with again.
Eddie, been looking at the stats at half-time. There's nothing really in it. Similar completion rates, meters made from both sides, 2 breaks to 1 in Wigan's favour. It could come down this to just a drop ball, a penalty, a missed tackle. Both sides are very committed. And what Sean O'Loughlin's doing, what he's enabled Sean Wayne to do is get the other players playing really wide. He goes at first man, he pushes George Williams out wide, or he looks to run the ball himself. He's got so much talent, he's a danger and he's a threat for Warrington Wolves.
It's a great kick from Declan Patton. This is a heck of a kick from Declan Patton.
That's a beauty. You talk about making sure you turn the opposition around, and it was always going to make it over the whitewash, wasn't it?
Just outside the 40-metre mark, so not a 40-20. Wigan will get head and feed at the scrum, but the players are all plodding to.
That doesn't surprise me either, because it was a very, very hectic first 40 minutes. And I'm sure that Sean Wayne at half-time said to his charges, look, we have to cut out these penalties and we have to cut out the errors.
Well, let's find out what was said at half-time. Here's Bill.
Eddie, the Warrington camp very happy with that first 40 minutes, and the coach, Tony Smith, just calling for more of the same from his side, particularly in defence, and that is where he wants to see the big effort in this second half, because they know what is coming from this Wigan Warriors side, who, as Steve-O, perceptive as ever, he's nailed it. That is the main concern for Sean Wayne. Cut out the penalties, cut out the errors, because they were their own worst enemy in that first 40 minutes. If they can clean that up, then they're confident they can overhaul the Warrington Wolves. A big cheer from the Warrington supporters a moment ago as Chris Sandow came up and sprinted up and down the sidelines. He's gone and sat down again.
Well, Lewis Tierney's not sitting down, but that's a great tackle by Rhys Evans. The referee will give Warrington a penalty here because he has called the third tackle against Dan Sargentson. The ball carrying arm wasn't on the ground. Was he moving, Stuart?
Well,
the ball carrying arm was on the ground.
It has. As soon as that touches the ground, you can't pass the ball. If somebody's on top of you, which they were, he was tackled, so the penalty's correct.
Well, I said before the game that it was speed that would help Warrington to win this match. The speed of the defensive recovery there was a classic example of how they've saved so many points and won so many matches this year. But they're struggling with the metres after contact. When they carry the ball, they're being driven backwards. And Wigan, with players like Bateman and Crosby, are rolling downfield far too easily at the early stage of this second half.
Well, we said in the first half that Wigan's full-back Dan Sargentson was creating all sorts of problems for the Warrington defence, and again he was there. OK, he got penalised for the ball carrying arm being on the deck. But Warrington have to make sure they keep an eye on him. He's the man that could pull Wigan back into this game.
Warrington still inside their own half. Now they'll get across the halfway line, courtesy of Ryan Bailey. But it's the last tackle coming up here for the Warrington Wolves. So again, expect the kick from Jack Patton. And again, he had the time to pick his spot. And Josh Charnley gets it and then falls over, flat on his backside. And that allows Jack Hughes and company to come up. He got away from Hughes.
It's a good kick, isn't it? He just puts enough height on it, enough distance on to get Josh Charnley backing off. The game management, the back end of the sets is so important for both sides.
Charnley again, who collected that high kick downfield from Patton. That's 3 tackles gone, and Wigan are on the halfway line, and here they go now with Bateman.
Well, they make it easy, look easy, I should say, to make 10 metres. Every player.
It's interesting, Phil, whether Wigan, who continually did that inside pass again, and in that first half, we've seen it yet again, but it didn't really break down this Warrington defence as yet.
High kick now from Matty Smith. He's good in the air, isn't he? He is good in the air, is Tom Lynham.
Well, they keep kicking to him. I said early in the game that it was obvious that Sean Wayne thought perhaps he's a little bit delicate under the high bomb, but he's taken everything and that's been ripped away. That should be a penalty.
It is a penalty. It is a penalty, and the whistle is blown by Robert Hicks.
Well, all the hard work, you get them where you want them. You trap them near their own try line, and then just the little strip of the ball from Wigan just relieves that pressure.
The penalty wasn't actually for a ball steal. He penalised him for taking him to ground after he called held.
Yes, he just reiterated that to the Wigan defence as they lined up to face this charge forward from Rhys Evans.
But yet again, they give away a silly penalty. Sean Wayne will be absolutely furious at that.
Chris Hill, halted by O'Loughlin, and he is hauled off the grounded Warrington captain. Here comes Ryan Bailey now.
Well, they've been losing the battle in the opening 6 minutes. That's the reason why Tony Smith has sent off Chris Hill early in this second half.
Ratchford for Warrington. Tackled by Bateman, helped out by Matty Smith. From Jack Hughes at dummy half, it finds its way to Westerman. Short pass then to Hill. That's good defence from O'Loughlin.
Yeah, I don't think that Chris Hill would have liked that short pass. You can soon put him away. High kick from Gidley.
Yes, another tester, another one that bounces. And Gidley himself gets to it and then just knocks it down the line. I must say, Wigan are struggling with these high kicks from Patton on one side and Gidley on the other.
I'm with you with that, Eddie, because the kicking high kick, and they're not talking to each other, and it's as though that they've lost the confidence. We've seen it the other way around. They're peppering Tom Lynham. He's taking everything. Can't be said the same for Wigan, though. They've got a reprieving penalty here.
They have. It's because of the flop. That's good work by Gidley, following up his own kick. And here comes Liam Farrell now for the Warriors. They missed him for much of this year, but he's in his 5th grand final here now. Liam Farrell. There he is, as his team are 10 metres inside the Warrington half with Matty Smith. Bateman now on the angled run.
And again, that inside pass, they obviously feel, oh, there's a problem with the Warrington player. He's completely down. I can't see it. Is it Clark?
I think it is Darryl Clark, which would be a huge blow. But meanwhile, this is Gelling, and he goes for the no-look pass again. And he gives it straight to Matty Russell. And Russell now gets the return from Jack Hughes.
This will be a big blow with Darryl Clark receiving attention. He's a tough hombre, though.
Well, looks like he's going to be A-OK. The referee just giving him a second to get his breath.
Yeah, he just caught the hip. And you can see that the eyes are closing straight away.
There might be some hookers who make more tackles than him, but there aren't any who hit harder than him. He tries to cut people in two with his shoulders when they run at him, and occasionally he gets his head banged about, but they need him on the field.
Well, he was the man of the match in the 28-16 win at Wigan in April. He is deemed to be a key figure tonight for Warrington, Darryl Clark, if they go on and win this Super League crown. He's fully recovered in there at dummy half, gets the ball away to Ryan Bailey.
Well, we saw quite clearly there he's done already 23 tackles, so he puts himself about.
It's Patton who finds Hughes, and Wigan very quickly in to halt their former player. Still inside their own half. Matty Russell, another former Wigan man, gets the Wolves to halfway as we reach tackle number 5. So last one coming up here for Warrington.
Good tactics as well there for putting the winger in. Matty Russell is so. That's far too long.
First poor kick of the night from Gidley, I think. That.
Yeah.
Not the best.
But both teams now are starting to just drop the ball off to players on the edge, bringing the ball back, testing the forwards on the inside, and then the likes of Matty Russell getting in and scooting, targeting those same defenders, seeing if they're still switched on and ready to defend.
Charnley releases the pass, finds Sargentson. To say he's opened up a few little half gaps, as Dan Sargentson, from the very first minute for Wigan, but they haven't been able to capitalise on them as yet. That's a good ball from O'Loughlin after a decent run. He then gets the ball away to Crosby. And Crosby goes down. And they're pushing a shot with the Australian Gidley. Gidley does well. That ball goes backwards though, and it goes backwards again off the ground from Crosby. Sargentson once more. Good defensive stint this from Warrington Wolves.
A little bit panic though from the Wigan outfit. They need to get their composure sorted out and put themselves in a good position.
Bateman, good offload, finds Matty Smith.
This is going to be a high one. Will they go to line him again?
On to O'Loughlin, finds Williams. Williams will tap it in behind Lynham, and Ratchford comes across and covers.
Brilliant. Great kick, but brilliant. Up to the mark. Stephen Ratchford.
And Ratchford was the dummy half. Now it's Rhys Evans. Wigan crowd trying to get behind the players to lift them as Ryan Bailey leaves the field to be replaced.
There were lots of single and very brave carries for Warrington, but they're hitting 3 defenders, and the technique of Wigan have got stopping men and controlling the play. There's Sims, he makes a bit of a dent in the line. More often than not, look, they're kicking from inside the 40.
They are matched from Ratchford high, and no pressure. Lewis Teeney picks that one up. Oh, he's quick, is Teeney. Like father, like son.
Well, you can see it wasn't the best kick, but that was brought about because of the Wigan defence.
Gildart.
Ooh, just got hold of him there, didn't he? Good work yet again from Toby King.
Yes, important tackle that was. Sargentson again, down that left-hand side. Halted by Rhys Evans. Sean O'Loughlin just taking a breather by the looks of things on the side. Liam Farrell gets the ball away to Ben Flower. Ben Flower back on the field. This is his 200th career appearance tonight, Ben Flower. This now George Williams. Williams sees the runner, it's Sutton. He bounces off Atkins. Powell, last one for Wigan. Smith, nice little kick. But Warrington deal with the threat in the shape of Chris Hill.
Well, the Wigan fans thought that it was a knock-on, but Hill, he fumbled it, yeah. But he didn't lose control of it.
Great work from Toby King again.
That's a great carry from Toby King. Under pressure, near his try line. And because of that carry, it enables Tom Lynham to get going forward here. Well, the referee said that was he held? Should he have played the ball? Don Crosby coming in over the top.
Let's quickly go downstairs to Bill.
Yeah, big moment for the Warrington Wolves. The Wolves supporters have spotted it. Chris Sandow coming up. Darryl Clark, who we saw take a knock a few months ago, coming off. Sandow, who was out with a knee problem, touch and go whether he, like Sean O'Loughlin, would be involved tonight. Well, Sandow is out there. What can he bring to this Wolves effort?
Yes, what can he bring? You're right, Bill. Timely intervention then maybe, and Sandow's going to get his first touch in. It's going to be a kick with that bandaged right leg. It's high enough. Charnley again awkwardly underneath it, and Sandow has had an instant impact. These high kicks from Warrington are causing all sorts of strife for the Wigan defenders.
Well, it's Charnley does not knock on. That went back. It's Gelling that comes up with the error. Well, that's about the 5th or 6th occasion that the Wigan players...
So is Charnley offside then? If it comes forward off Gelling, should that be a penalty, which is what Ashton Sim was calling for?
Well, it's pretty close to it, but either way...
Well, it depends whether he was in front. It's difficult to see from the angle there which way the ball went and where Charnley ended up. If Charnley managed to get in front, then Gelling wouldn't be offside. Certainly that's the way that Ron Hicks has seen it.
Well, they're just getting it all wrong at the minute, aren't they?
Well, they are. Gidley, Patton and now Sandow are kicking Wigan to death here.
As soon as he come on, Eddie, he took control straight away. Deck Patton has gone to the hooking roll, so Sandow's at 7.
Ashton Sims then for Warrington, 20 metres away from the Wigan line.
And he was
to score the second try.
It was interesting to watch that Declan Patton actually had a word in the ear of Chris Sandow and said, this is what we need.
Here he is again, Sandow. Now it's with Ratchford. Ratchford gets it away to Atkins. And Atkins, solid enough run. Matty Smith all over him. Quick play the ball though, Ratchford. And Sandow once more, seeing plenty of it since he's come off the bench a minute or so ago. Return pass from Sims finds Westerman. Westerman running across the face. Brought down by George Williams. That's 4 tackles gone. They're 6-7 metres away from the line. Here is Gidley. Gidley then looks and finds Sandow again. Sandow then finds Ratchford. Ratchford saw a gap, got the ball away quickly. Hughes, here is Atkins. Atkins! He thinks he scored. Ryan Atkins thinks he scored. The referee is undecided. Undecided. What's the decision going up Spurs off the field?
Got to try.
They had a try on the field. Ryan Atkins, the day after his 31st birthday, might have scored a crucial try for Warrington, and if it is, it's the 100th try in the grand final.
I think he's got it down as well. Good position there by Robert Hicks.
Well, there's certainly a lot of... I think that ball's dropped.
He could have lost it there.
I think that ball's lost. He's got to have possession all the way across the line. There's a lot of bodies around. Referee's view on the field was a try. That might have a bearing in the final result, but it certainly looks like he's lost the ball at that point. Somebody goes in. Does he keep possession? I think he's lost the ball at that point, and the ball is loose in there, and then he hits the ground.
It's Dan Sargentson that comes in, and his hand touches the arm of Ryan Atkins and dislodges that ball.
Well, I don't think this try can be given. I think there's too much in there. There's the ball loose. It's on the ground. He doesn't have possession all the way down. That would have to be classed as a knock-on.
Well, remember last week we had something very, very similar to this, but there you see clearly that ball has come out.
Yeah, no try.
Ben Thaler is the video referee tonight, by the way. Ben Thaler.
And certainly sufficient evidence, as far as I can see, to overturn that decision.
Dominic Peyrou's try was turned down last week.
And that was on the basis of the on-field decision.
Yes.
This is the same thing.
That's clearly a knock-on though.
Stuart, is he looking now, Ben Thaler, to see whether it was knocked out by a Wigan hand?
Well, he'll be looking for a restart. I think that would be the problem.
Here we go then. Here comes the decision. We think we know what it is. No try.
Well, defence wins your games. There was 5 Wigan players in attendance, preventing that man from scoring the try. There's not going to be many points separating these two teams after 80 minutes, and that's kept Wigan in this game.
Well, they certainly got there in the end, but they were very slow to move up. They allowed the centre Ryan Atkins. They were very slow, and they were lucky just to prevent him from getting that ball down.
Well, the big guns are back out there for Wigan. Frank Paul Nuwasala is on. He began the match. Wigan arguably had their best spell of the grand final when the big fellas were on and on board up front.
Eddie, you don't have to complicate players when you're playing big games. You just need to do the basics well and keep doing the basics well, grinding down the opposition with big carries like that.
Well, the first 20 minutes suits Nuwasala that really was.
Fowler's away! Fowler gets the pass away to Oliver Gildart! Oliver Gildart for Wigan! What a turnaround! Video referee decision at one end, turned down for Warrington. Next attack, Wigan come up the other end and score the try from Oliver Gildart. The 100th try in a grand final. Richie Blackmore scored the first ever in 1998. Oliver Gildart has scored the 100th. How important is this?
Well, this is at the other end. Atkins is dropped the ball over the in-goal area. And then, this is like hen's teeth. This is a very rare break we've seen from Wigan tonight. But it was crucial. It was foul. And then Gildart finishes it off. Just one clean break. Gidley couldn't get to him. He kept his patience. He kept cool. And Gildart has pulled the Warriors back into the grand final.
What about George Williams when he gets that ball straight at Jack Hughes, fixes Jack Hughes, the gap's there then for everyone to see, and Kurt Gidley trying to rally the troops. But excellent play from the young halfback who went straight at the defensive line, knowing he was going to be put under pressure, supplies the pass to his teammate, and that man goes in, Oliver Gildart, to score the try. Said Eddie, there wasn't going to be many points in this game.
Indeed not, and that's Oliver Gildart's first try since early August in the first round of the Super 8s.
Well, Warrington have picked themselves up before from disappointment this season after losing at Wembley. This game isn't over, but there's a massive sense of, I think, disappointment amongst the players here. They've been outplayed, in my opinion, for the last 15 minutes. They've now just been outscored, and with this kick, they could go behind. That doesn't mean the game's over, the season's not over, but they do certainly need to turn around the way the match is being played.
Well, Matty Smith with a very important kick, which will unlock these scores. But he's missed it. 6-all, low-scoring grand final this.
Steve, it could come down to your 1 point to this. Look, George Williams gets the ball, arcs out. Liam Farrell hits a very good line, like you always do. You've got to offer yourself to your half-back partner. And look what it means to Lewis Tierney and Oliver Gildart. And it sends those fans wild behind the sticks.
And it's also about patience as well. The second rower, Farrell, did not panic. He knew he had Gildart out on that left-hand side. Boy, it is game on. Boy, that's a beautiful kick there.
Fantastic kick-off by Stefan Ratchford. Right to the edge of the in-goal area. The dead ball edge, I mean. Tierney. Tackle to the ground.
Well, that try will put a different complexion on the game now as far as Wigan's concerned. They know they've got to stop the errors. Can't keep dropping the ball from the high bomb that we're getting from Warrington. Oh, and that won't help. That will not help matters at all.
No, it was a loose pass. Gelling did well. And that wasn't the best pass either, because Nuasala had to reach behind him. Buddy Isa rather had to reach behind him and bring the ball into his body. Here now is Matty Smith. Hurried kick has to be under pressure. One bounce into the arms of Ratchford. He has the big man. Lynham alongside him. Wigan's defensive wall, though, is up and straight into his face. Lynham left out of the Challenge Cup final. So this is his first major final, Tommy Lynham. Rhys Evans will play the ball. Russell. So adept at scampering away from dummy half, catching defences on the back foot.
And it's always a good thing to get the wingers coming through, take a little bit of pressure off the forwards. But they're in a good position, very good position to get the ball away.
Here is Gidley, he then gets it away.
Oh, should have passed it.
Toby King, but he gets away from the tacklers and then gets the pass away and back to Gidley. Here now is Ratchford. Ratchford has Evans. Evans goes wide to Lynham. Lynham dabs the ball towards the in-goal area. Dan Sargenson's there, and Dan Sargenson wins the arm wrestle with Rhys Evans.
Boy, sheer panic down to that corner flag, that's for sure. But good build-up there. But Toby King really should have offloaded that. It looks as though they had a 2-on-1 situation. Look at this. Rhys Evans, and then they got the kick away in the end.
Gelling. Oh, Patton didn't have hold of him. Gelling keeps going. Big, strong centre is Anthony Gelling, the Cook Islander.
Hold, go.
Sam Powell. Sargenson. Interesting who you might be presenting the Harry Sunderland Award to as the man of the match today, Steve-O. It's chosen not by you, this one, but by the media, the press. Watching in the press box, of course. So you will be doing their bidding at the end of the game.
Go.
It could be, Eddie, a player who has an immense game in defence. Those two last sets for Warrington, they restricted the metres that Wigan made. They're trying to ratchet it up. Tez has already talked about the points and the lack of them. I'm going to lay it out there. I think we're going to go into golden point. I think we're going to have a draw game after 80 minutes.
We're a long way away from that, Barry, yet. This is Gidley. It is 6 apiece. Sandow. A dab over the top from Sandow. And Charnley does well, but he's trapped in goal. Wonderful run by Sandow, and great assistance from Kurt Gidley. Does Gidley want this grand final or what?
Yeah, well, Tony Smith will have a nice little smile because he realised he's thrown this man on, Chris Sandow, to come up with something different. And boy, that is great. Gidley and Sandow make sure that Charnley have got nowhere to go. That is real pressure. And you'd think they'd score the winning try.
Well, Warrington won the first game of this season away at Leeds because of Chris Sandow. He scored a try and he set one up. He is a game breaker, we all know that, and he's now got a chance here in the final 20 minutes of the season here to end it as a beginning as the star of Super League.
And the man who is now playing alongside him, Kurt Gidley, 15 years in the NRL. He missed out on the grand final appearance down under. He was injured in the cup final after 58 minutes. And Warrington lost a 10-0 advantage. This is his golden chance.
When you talk about the golden chance, Eddie, it's will Warrington, with 20 minutes to go, will they be thinking about getting that 1-point advantage?
This is Ratchford. They go wide with Evans. Gildart watched him like a hawk.
Get square. Hold up.
Now then, Gidley to Chris Hill. Hill will trundle it forward. They've still got 2 tackles left this set of Warrington. They're 8 metres away. It is now with Sandow again. Sandow drops the ball to the in-goal area. Knocked on over the line by Warrington.
Opportunity there, Rhys Evans. Sandow put a little dink through. It was tremendous stuff.
It was good work, Steve-O. He came from the open side, back to the blind. Good movement and good reaction from his teammates.
Into the last quarter of the season, into the last quarter of the grand final, into the last 20 minutes of Steve-O live on Sky Sports.
Well, in the last 2 years, Wigan have lost the grand final in the last quarter, but this season they've been sensational in the last 20 minutes. If anything, really now, we've said they could get to an arm wrestle. This is the perfect situation for them here. But with this guy re-entering the field, it does spell danger.
Yes, and with Sandow on the field also. Last tackle it was for Wigan, hence the kick from Smith, which is a cracker. Well, an absolute belter.
As it is, and he had the backspin on that as well.
Lynham. Vigorous challenge.
He's lost that.
He has lost it.
Oliver Gildart gets his shoulder in. And he's a big man, Tom Lynham. We've mentioned him a couple of times. It's Liam Farrell and Oliver Gildart who complete that tackle. And look at the joy. Look at the reaction. They know they're in the box seat now. It's time for them to apply some pressure.
And this is where their composure comes into it. It'll be a little bit confused for Tom Lynham. He puts the finger up. Yeah, it's my fault. This is where they have to dig deep. Make sure the defence is solid.
Both sides tonight playing their 36th game of a season that began the first week of February. It has been punishing, and their season now comes down to the next 18 minutes.
Will they go the blind side? No, they come open.
With Gelling, has a hop, skip and a jump. Goes for the post. Was that high from Hughes? Referee Robert Hicks says no. Powell. Nowhere forward for Willie Isa. Powell again. Thought about Nuasala, gave it instead to Smith. Here is Sargentson. And Sargentson goes down a bit of a blind alley.
Good work by Sandow. Right round the ankles, made sure he couldn't move.
Bateman with a scampering run. Takes them back underneath the sticks. Matty Smith quickly in a dummy half. Gets the ball back to Sargentson. Sargentson to the corner for Charnley. Terrible bounce, but he gets it down.
He's got it. He's got it down. He'll give this to Robert Hicks. No two ways about that. They're celebrating, and there he points. What a comeback, and what a beautiful kick, and what a game this man is having. Charnley finishes it off.
And Josh Charnley on his farewell appearance got a try in the 2013 win against Warrington here. He got 2 tries in the win at Warrington last month. He's hit 20 tries for the season, and this could be a vital blow.
Well, this was a mistake from the winger Tom Lynham. That's the first for him tonight. They put him under pressure with a high kick. He's been okay with that. He was just on the defence, and he was fouled. Gildart had put it through, and Sargentson has put an absolute perfect kick through. This is outstanding. He is playing out of his skin, and that's what this man is paid to do. And he has brought the Warriors well and truly in front now. They've gone absolutely bananas behind the posts.
Well, 3 pieces of wonderful skill. Matty Smith to get in position, deliver the pass. The footwork from Dan Sargentson to avoid the defenders. And what about the finish from Josh Charnley? His 173rd game for the club. He bows out, he goes to the other court, but he wants to leave his mark, Josh Charnley.
This is a massive kick here now, a tough sideline conversion attempt.
Yes, it is. It's less than half a metre in from this touchline on this near side. Look at the angle he has. This to give them a 6-point lead. Oh, and he sliced it the wrong side of the posts. So 10-6 it is. And that ball just wouldn't seem to come out of the air.
Well, you need instinctive players, and this is what exactly Dan Sargentson does. He reacts to an opportunity. His eyes scan the situation, and he sees the chances to put the kick behind it. It's beautiful, it's soft, it's delicate. Bounces up invitingly for his right winger, and his team are now ahead.
And that try created and scored by two men who will not be here next year.
A big moment for the Wigan team, but also a big tactical change. Frank Paul Nuwasala has left the pitch, so Ben Flower and Dom Crosby, two agile players, are going to defend in the middle. I think that's a bit of a nod to the fact that they're in front on the scoreboard and they don't want anybody, although they're devastating with the ball, to leave a toe tie. And Frank Paul Nuwasala, they can be vulnerable defensively.
Well, they're only just ahead. We've got a quarter of an hour of the grand final left. It's 10-6 to Wigan now. It's turned around.
A lot more composure though we've seen from the Warriors.
6-2 at half-time to Warrington.
It's amazing, Eddie, what the tries can do. Once Gildart went over, you just had a sort of a feeling that they're getting it back into the swing of things, and then Charlie. But the kick, it was outstanding from the full-back Dan Sargentson.
What a hit that was from Sam Powell.
He's defended strong all evening.
Ratchford with a loose one.
Bit scratchy from Warrington. I still believe that Warrington will get the balance of possession. They'll get some momentum back. And I still think, I'm going to keep saying it, I still think Warrington and Deddenberry will get themselves back in this game.
Oh, no way Deddenberry with only a 4-point disadvantage. Here's Ryan Atkins. His try turned down rightly. He lost the ball at one end. Gildart with the try at the other, followed quickly by the Charnley try we've just seen. But here's the danger man for Warrington, Darrell Clark. Clark, Gidley, Sandow, all of the match winners. Here's Sandow. Now Gidley. Gidley will carry the ball forward. Gidley will give it then to Westerman. Westerman goes out the back door and finds Hughes. Hughes then finds Hill. Who's going to do the kicking here? Who's going to do the kicking here? Well, it's back with Clark, so it's his job. And into the corner it goes, looking for Tom Lynam.
That was only a fraction away from a TOI, and they knew it. Great work there by Darrell Clark. Not noted for his kicking ability. You could see that Tierney was just caught out just slightly.
Sean O'Loughlin's preparing to come back into the fray for Wigan.
Warrington's best chance here is to try and put some pressure on the Wigan team here. Otherwise, if they roll forward again and get up over the halfway line, it gets too hard in a set to get back. Wigan keep it alive here. George Williams now skips his way across the field.
It was another offload. Flower is off as well. It was another offload then from Sargentson. I think he's been magnificent tonight, Dan Sargentson.
Dan Sargentson has had a good game, and the influence he's had in this game is there for all to see. But I think there's a real delicate little battle going on, a tactical battle. Sean Wayne has made another middle man change. He's brought Brent Fowler off, and I imagine he's going to ask Sean O'Loughlin shore up that defensive line and keep everybody honest and in check.
Well, they've now reached tackle number 5, so the last one's coming up here. And it's with Matty Smith, who'll drill this one to the corner. It'll go beyond Ratchford, but it won't run dead, I don't think. No, it won't. It's a magnificent kick from Smith.
Who looked a bit high there.
Just over the shoulder, fortunately for Charnley. Russell into centre field. Lynam.
Isn't it amazing? You know, at times Matty Smith, his kicking can be a little bit off form, but when it really comes to the crunch, he knows how to get that backspin on it. He knows how to just put that pressure on with the kick inside. Warrington finding it difficult to get over the advantage line now.
Four tackles gone. They're 10 metres shy of halfway. This is Westerman. Now Gidley. Gidley seeing a lot more of it here. They're looking dangerous when he does have the ball in hand. Oh, he tried to get the ball away. It's a knock on. It was desperation. It was a great tackle by Williams. He's surrounded by his teammates, as is Oliver Gildart.
Well, he really didn't need to do this. That was real sheer panic.
It's an offload, though.
But he hasn't got control. It's all right looking for the offload. You've got to control the ball. And I'm afraid on that occasion, and they have every right to celebrate.
Come on, boys, let's get I think he's falling forward, isn't he? And the ball travels with him, and that's why the knock-on has been correctly given.
Glum Warrington faces on the terraces here at the Theatre of Dreams. More tries, 150, more points than any other team this season. But at the moment, they are 4 points shy of the Wigan Warriors, and we have exactly 11 minutes of the match remaining.
Wigan in control. They're in the opposition half. You can see that some of the Warrington players, they find it difficult to get back.
Farrell to his feet, plays it to Powell. O'Loughlin will take it forward.
Will they go for the one, or will they go for the kick into the corner? They'll eat up another, play the ball perhaps.
Bateman.
Here it
Bateman
is.
on, the last goes down. Powell. Williams. Oh, and it's a kick straight into the arms of Stephen Ratchford.
Well, if you're in that position, you're leading by 4 points, you really needed just to dink into the in-goal area, or, as I called it, go for the 1 point. It would have just confused the opposition. Now, Warrington, that will really lift them.
Oh, and he was thinking about the offload there, was Matty Russell.
He's got through a lot of work, hasn't he? Coming
Ashton Sims.
Coming from the wing, Eddie, and he really has worked overtime.
There's a problem with Kurt Gidley. I think he's bleeding, so the referee wants him seeing too. Oh, and he is bleeding too.
Look at the clatter there. That ain't really rolling down.
Remember, Kurt Gidley was the man who came off at Wembley, and Warrington then had a 10-0 advantage. They won the Challenge Cup in their own minds, but Hull had other thoughts. Trying desperately to stem the flow.
It's got to come off that shirt.
And the shirt has got to be changed as well now.
Yeah, collision with his own player. I think it was the loose forward, Joe Westerman. And surely they'll have to change that shirt. The official, Robert Hicks.
Well, he's told them.
Yeah.
He's told them the shirt's got to be changed.
I must say, I'm often non-complimentary to our whistleblowers over the years, but Robert Hicks has done a fine job. He really has, and he's saying, I'm sorry, you've got to change the shirt, and he's right.
He has to go.
They're saying, well, we put a lot of water in it. I'm the boss, you're going to change it. And there you are, Lee Breers. Get him sorted out.
New jersey's coming on. And I don't think it's the right number either, by the way. Does that matter? Not particularly.
Can't do anything when the doctor's on.
It's Declan Patton's reserve jersey. Doesn't matter what number's on his back, Steve-O. His name's Gidley, it's not Patton.
Where you are.
Yeah, and that's the most important factor. Can he get over for this try?
Well, he'll be desperate. As I say, 15 years of trying in the NRL. This is his first season in Super League. And he hasn't won a winner's ring yet.
And it's less than 10 minutes.
Another high kick from Sandow. This time pouched by Sargentson.
What a game he's had tonight.
Well, I think if you were choosing it tonight, Sargentson might get the Harry Sunderland award that you would be presenting.
He would win it by a mile if it was up to me, but
it's our brethren of the press who make the decision. Let's see if they agree with you.
4. Move. Aston, hold this 10. Hold. Go. 4.
Probably my last chance to be able to say, but this is the time to just put it up the jumper. And that, really, but they're keeping it alive. That was good work from Bateman.
It was. That's a great run from Powell.
Warrington's defence all over the shop. Look at them. Some are even going backwards. They've got the back to the opposition.
A race for Charnley. Charnley against Matty Russell. He nearly lost it. He nearly lost it. He's trapped in goal. Goal line dropout coming up. It could have been fatal, that.
Could it ever? Bobbing all over the place. As I said, in the first half, Matty Smith, his kicking game was all over the shop. But in the second half, in vital moments, his experience is sent to. I'll get it out before the end. His experience is showing now in the latter part of this game.
Sandow's drop out then to the halfway line. Willie Iser will run this back enthusiastically. Chris Hill with the tackle.
Was it ever?
Hold it, Errol, hold.
Well, I'd be looking for the one, Eddie.
Well, that does not surprise me, and it will not surprise anyone over the past 26 years. Here we are now with Williams. Drops the ball off to Liam Farrell. And Liam Farrell's had a big game tonight as well, by the way. Look how close Wigan are. This is O'Loughlin to the line. He tried to get that ball down. Oh, is he going to give a penalty? He is. He's giving a penalty to Wigan because he says the ball was stolen. And Matty Smith's got on his face and said, we're going to take the two.
Of course. Well, it was Darryl Clark underneath that. Was it intentional? We'll soon wait and see. Oh, I don't think that was. I think he's just lost control of that. What say you?
Well, it doesn't look good from a decision point of view on the slow motion replays. But remember, Steve-O, we have got the benefit of that.
Yeah.
Robert Hicks has to purely and simply make a reactionary decision. He's made his decision. It's a penalty. And immediately the penalty was given. Matty Smith pulled it to the sticks. They're going to go for the 2.
Oh, he didn't need the coach, Sean Wayne, to send out the message there. I'm just disappointed they didn't go for the 1. I'd like to finish on 1, but this is going to be vital.
It might come because this will be for a 6-point lead. Then they go, and then they go for the 1, make it 7. That's the obvious time to get it. I mean, I hate to argue with you in the last 7 minutes.
I'm sorry, Eddie, I didn't bring enough tablets.
So,
stay calm, and that's the deal. This is a pressure kick.
It is a pressure kick.
It looks easy.
Well, he's only kicked 1, hasn't he, tonight so far? Missed it with a couple more. So Smith keeps his head down, hits straight through the ball. And the Wigan now have a 6-point advantage. And there is just a little more than 6 minutes remaining of the First Utility Super League Grand Final. They have one hand on that trophy. Sean Wayne knows that.
Yeah, and this surely has got to be a short kickoff. I certainly would have sent the message out, but it looks as though Ransford is going deep.
He's looking both ways. He's looking both ways. He's telling them all to stay behind. They've gone short.
It's gone 10.
And they've got it.
They've got the ball back. Here is Sandow. Warrington are not done yet. Ashton Sims said to Sandow, just keep control as he raced past him. This is Rhys Evans. From the short kickoff, Warrington now deep in Wigan territory with Darryl Clark. Darryl Clark still away from 1. Can't get away from the next 2 in.
I can't believe Wigan did not foil that short kickoff.
Here's Ryan Atkins. Ryan Atkins for Warrington. The legs are still pumping. He's so close.
Clark on his own. Will he go for glory?
3 tackles gone. He comes into centre field to Westerman. He finds Gidley. Gidley then to Sandow. Sandow short ball to Rhys Evans. Gildart all round him.
Hit the line.
2 tackles remaining. Glorious chance for Warrington. Sandow. Gidley looks for the runners. Keeps hold of it. Gidley runs himself. Then gives it to Jack Hughes. Hughes then short. Wide they come. Oh, look at that defence. Look at that defence on Matty Russell.
Gavin, Charlie. And it's Matty Smith, I think. And he looks as though he's caught one in the eye. But that was outstanding defence. Atkins offloaded. Look at this. Get him over the whitewash.
I think he got an arm in his throat, Matty Smith.
It didn't matter. Look at the face on Josh Charnley.
What an effort from them defensively there.
Try saver in the dying moments of this game. It's tense. 6 points into lead. This could have turned only the deficit to 2, but the defence was outstanding.
Bravery from Smith. Tenacity from Charnley and co.
Take time.
Oh,
just never gave in. The impact. Gelling, such a big man playing in the centres. Charnley made sure that the ball was not going to get anywhere near that goal line.
People, and he's not right, obviously, Matty Smith, did he catch one in his bottom, in his lower jaw? People wonder what it means to win a grand final. The picture there encapsulated that perfectly.
Well, I said when both teams walked out, Eddie, this is the incident here. And he comes in late. I think he might have got an elbow from his own player. I think it goes right into Charnley's elbow. As the players walked out, you know, for some of these players, it is your boyhood dream.
Well, it's Wigan's head and feet at the scrum, 10 metres out from their own line. Charnley on the half break. Ratchford gets to him.
Those are important metres forward. Play on, that's good refereeing. They tried to con the referee there. He just says, get on with it. Is that a good game, Robert Hicks?
This is Liam Farrell. Yes, his first major final, Robert Hicks. He's not let anybody down. Had some big decisions to make, and he's made them. Isa. That's 4 gone. Can Wigan get to within 20 metres of the post? They're going left. It doesn't look like they're interested in the one. Steve, are they going to let you down? Here's the last tackle.
Well, who knows? They want position.
Oh, they want 4. Sargentson gets the kick away hurriedly into the arms of Ratchford.
Well, the defence is pretty good, but I'm not sure Sean Wayne would have liked that.
4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes for Wigan to claim on a third-time lucky basis.
I can't believe they didn't opt for the one. They should have worked hard for it. They went out on that left-hand side. Wigan got to be very careful. Get back to the official. They cannot afford to give away a silly penalty at this point. Clark's offloaded that player. Oh no, he's going to call him back.
The offload came after he shouted held. And Chris Hill has had to leave the field for Warrington, replaced by George King. Here is Sandow. Sandow gives the ball to King, just off the bench for his skipper, Hill. Running laterally, gets the ball away though to Ashton Sims. Ashton Sims spins away from Liam Farrell, gets the ball away brilliantly to Chris Sandow. And Sandow is clattered to the ground by Bateman and George Williams. Last tackle coming up for Warrington. Ryan Atkins.
Got to be to the corner. It is Gidley.
It's going high. Gidley looking for a mistake from Tierney. Finding Lynham. The Lynham palms it back to Ratchford. Ratchford's over the line by Tierney's defence. That's the turnover. That could be the grand final.
Talk about putting your body on the line. Tierney, get to it. It was good work there, wasn't it, by Tom Lynham, flicked it through, but Tierney said, you are going nowhere, Mr. Ratford.
These kicks to the corners have caused havoc for Wigan. Somehow they've survived.
Yeah, let's go.
A 6-point ball game. 3 minutes remaining. Warrington will get 1, maybe 2 more chances. Wigan will be in no hurry to get through this set of 6.
Well, there you see the experienced Sean O'Loughlin just taking the run from dummy half. That's all they need to do. Every time you pass, there's a chance that perhaps you might knock on.
Crosby will take it forward again, straight into the chest of Gidley. In his own number again now. Will play the ball with Crosby. George Williams. That's the last one. They're not within range of the one-pointer.
Oh, no, get it over the whitewash. Get it kicked, and he knows it. That's what...
Oh, it's on the fall! Out on the fall!
He can't believe that. The experienced Matty Smith has been too strong. You could see it came up the side of his boots. And this could be a golden opportunity for Warrington when it looked as though they were going to have to go down 30 metres downfield. Get the ball there, but there they are in the Wigan half.
Yes, they are after just 2 tackles. This is a chance for them. This is a chance for Warrington. Westerman finds Sims. He then gets the ball away to Toby King. Toby King somehow gets the ball backwards. Darren Clark picks it up.
Sorry, Eddie, they've got to keep it alive. It's as simple as that.
Well, they realise that, Warrington, hence these offloads. 3 tackles gone.
Now the fullback, you can see the fullback's deep. Maybe a little chip over the top, Eddie. They've got to come up with something different.
What a tackle from Williams on Sandow. Here we come again then with Gidley. Gidley gets the ball away to Ratchford. Is there a last twist in this tale? Atkins, he dumps the ball back to Ratchford. Ratchford then looks for the runners. The runner is Westerman! Westerman, so close! They have rocked to the 5th tackle. Here comes the last for Warrington. It finds its way to Gidley! Gidley is held up short. Sensational Wigan defence. Anthony Gelling this time.
Heroic there by the centre, Anthony Gelling.
They can't believe it, the Warrington fans. 61 years of torment. Matty Smith's in all sorts of strife. He's had another crack in the face.
Where you are, Anthony.
Smith and Gelling, bodies on the line.
Boy, what an effort. They were screaming for the ball out wide, and they went on the blind side. There was nowhere there. He knows it as well.
Wigan know with this set they are 5 seconds away from winning the grand final, their 4th successive grand final. He took the last 2, 3rd time lucky.
He took the jumper time now, I'll tell you. Tick, 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 those are seconds.
Stand!
Charlie caught one on the back of his head. The referee calls time off immediately.
Yeah. And there may be some slow play the balls from here on in.
It's a clash of heads, is it?
I don't think there was a clash there, Eddie, but maybe Charlie said, well, I'll waste a couple of seconds.
I think there's a bit of pressure on the back of Charlie's neck there.
Oh, George, square! Go to.
Just a little bit of pressure as Charlie went down. Was it Ryan Atkins just leaning heavily on him?
3,
Either way,
2, Darryl, hold.
Just run from it.
The cameramen are all around Sean Wayne.
Hold on.
They know it's his now to lose. Sargentson.
Move.
Tony Smith.
Wait.
The last coach to lose 2 major finals in the one season. Has history come back to haunt him? I think it has. I think it has.
It's all over. Wigan have won the Super League Grand Final.
Look at what it means to those Wigan players, those Wigan coaches, those Wigan officials, these Wigan spectators. From a half-time deficit of 2 points to 6, Wigan have come back and won by 12 points to 6. Unbelievable finish, and the heartbreak of Kurt Gidley, Phil Clark, goes on.
That's right, Warrington have been the best team all season, but Wigan have by far been the best team tonight. The second half performance was a completely one-sided affair in my opinion, and the final scoreline has probably done Warrington a favour. Wigan just looked so strong from when they came out from the break, and you can see here the delight and the despondency, mixed emotions to both sides. The two extremes, aren't they, here really, of being involved in sport. And 1 or 2 of the Wigan players who've missed the season to injury, like Sam Tompkins and Michael McElaurin, they'll now join their teammates and celebrate what's been another successful season.
It's the red flags that are flying at Old Trafford tonight. Steve-O's on his way down to present the Harry Sunderland Award to the man of the match. He doesn't know who it is yet. We'll tell him. It's Liam Farrell. He's with Bill, but he's too busy embracing Sam Tompkins. On one leg, Bill.
Liam, the celebration and the feeling is that was an unbelievable effort from Wigan, sometimes up against it.
It was, and you know, I think every grand final in their own way is unique, and this year we've written our own story and we've gone through so much adversity and we just wanted to make things right. We've been here 3-4 years in a row, and to come and do this with the squad what we've got left, you know, I don't want to go on about injuries, but the injuries we've had this year has been unbelievable, and to do what we've done is, you know, something really, really special for the club.
And the defence again, as it has so many times this season, the defence got you out of a hole.
He did. He's pulled us out of games all year. I remember early on in the season we played Wakefield and a few other teams, you know, we really grinded out a win when we probably didn't deserve it, but today I thought the lads really stuck to it, a gritty game and tough set for set, and you know, I just thought we really deserved it in the end, because I can't be any prouder of the boys. It's unbelievable. Everyone has their own story, but this one is unique and special to the club.
What about being man of the match then in a match like this, Liam?
I can't put into words yet. There were so many players. There's one lad stood at the side of me. I wouldn't like to see how many carries he took, because he got us out of so much trouble in this game, and for him to leave the club the way he is doing, it's something pretty special, and you know, I'm really chuffed that he's gone out like he has.
Liam, well done on the man of match performance tonight.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
The man he was referring to was Dan Sargentson. Last week you had your nose splattered all over your face. You come out of this one smiling. What a way to bow out with this club.
Oh my God, I didn't think it'd feel this good, but all the boys that have done it before, they sit down and talk you through how good it is, and we've had meetings all week on how good it'll feel, but I didn't think it'd feel this good. My last game for Wigan, and I couldn't have dreamed of a better way to do it.
Dan, I've got to say, you came out of that game with your reputation enhanced, and you started it, I think, with an error. I mean, early on. I don't suppose you want to be reminded of that.
Yeah, well, I'm working to bring it up if you weren't, but no, yeah, I dropped a ball down there, but the boys got round me, and that's what we do. We're going to make an error once in a while.
That sums up a lot about this Wigan side, doesn't it?
Mate, we've had so many injuries all year. We've had our backs against the wall, but this is the best bunch of blokes I've ever played with.
What about that kick then for Josh Charnley to keep your head and put that one in?
Well, I just knew there was nothing on for me, and I seen Josh in a bit of space and just smashed it. I don't think there was much skill involved, but the bounce come off, and Josh, what a finish.
You're off to the NRL, Dan, which is another incredible journey for you, but what a way to bow out.
Unbelievable, mate. Well, I'm going to enjoy the next few days with these boys, and it's going to be amazing.
Josh Charnley's alongside. I think you owe him a word of thanks, don't you?
Yeah, mate, yeah.
It's a great kick.
It's one of those where, you know, you just never go, you never stay never, you know, and there's a lot of players in this team that can pull miracles out of nothing, and, you know, Sargi's one of those.
You just had a big hug from Martin and Fire. That's a great way to run the night off.
Yeah, mate, you know, when I signed for sale, you know, I said to Wayne, I want to finish on some silverware, and, you know, having people here like my friends, my family, you know, and the fans, it's what a way to finish. I'm pretty speechless, to be honest.
It's going to be hard to leave, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, I've grown up this club. I've been here many years. I've been around the boys day in, day out. You know, it's like a family. This, so yeah, it's going to be an emotional night. But you know, I'm looking forward to the next challenge.
Well, the next generation, Oliver Gildart's alongside us. Oliver, the next generation. Hey, what about a grand final winners' ring?
Unbelievable, mate. You know, I've said it before. It's what I've dreamt of. You know, I've dreamt of this moment.
And a try.
You know, you can't top it. I'm just made up, you know, the lads leaving this year, you know, it wasn't a few years ago till I was sat up there, you know, watching Josh and all the other boys' lockers, you know, winning finals. And, you know, now it's my turn, you know, I've done it, I can't believe it.
Enjoy the party, Oliver.
Cheers, mate, thank you, will do.
Sean Wayne, come and have a word. I think we saw really what encapsulates Wigan's season in that game, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I first want to mention the Warrington players of the club, Tony and what Simon's done. They're a champion club, great set of fans, made it a great atmosphere today, and it made that win all the more special because it's a champion club like them. So I'm happy with what we've done this year, and to come up with a win at the end is it speaks volumes for our toughness.
I read ahead of this game you saying that if you did win this, given the circumstances, this would probably rate as the best trophy win.
Bill, people don't know the half of it. If they did, they'd agree with me. This is the best ever. Unbelievable win. I've just spoke to Chris Rads and said, how have we done this? But it's just the players who showed so much desire.
Do you find it hard to believe at times?
Yeah, I do. But what I do have, I don't do much, but I have a load of staff behind me what work really hard. And it's for them I'm really proud because they've put so many hours in, and they deserve all the praise.
And again, we saw a massive defensive effort. Those tackles right at the end, and Matty Smith putting his body on the line. That sums up a lot about what's got you to where you are this season.
Yeah, never say a die attitude. Bill, I can't tell you how proud I am of them. You know, the things what they've been through this year. You know, the majority of the Wigan fans have stayed with us and stuck with us, and here today in numbers, it's like a dream.
Thanks, Sean.
Cheers, Bill. Thanks very much.
Fantastic achievement by Wigan. It means that the three major trophies this year have found three different homes. Hull FC Challenge Cup winners, League Leaders Shield winners, Warrington Wolves. The big one tonight goes to Wigan. The grand final. A magnificent effort, and players past and present all there to enjoy it, Phil.
That's right. I was asked this week before the grand final who I thought would win, and I said on the Sky Sports website I thought it might come down to the bounce of the ball. It actually came down to the dropping of the ball. Ryan Atkins dropping it when he was tackled by 5 defenders in the corner was the turning point in the game, and from there Wigan went on to win it.
Well, there is the man who won that Harry Sunderland Award in 1973. And he is going to present it in a few moments to Liam Farrell, the first second-row recipient of that famous old trophy since Chris Joynt in the grand final of 2000. Chris Joynt, the man who scored the wide to west try at St Helens. Steve-O will hand on the Harry Sunderland Award to Liam Farrell. It's a big moment for Liam. It's a massive moment for Steve-O. Lovely way to end his career. Not for Liam Farrell, but for Mike Stevenson. And he's now on his way back up to the studio and we'll be paying our tribute to Wigan and him before we go up there tonight. An outstanding win. They had to turn around the deficit, Phil, as well at half-time.
They did, and they turned it around dramatically. I don't think the final scoreline, I say it again, demonstrates how dominant Wigan were in that second 40 minutes. Warrington just couldn't find a way of physically competing with them, and Wigan rolled down the field and put them under a lot of pressure. Perhaps could have scored 1 or 2 more tries. And George Williams, the other man you just seen walk past the screen. What's been said about Liam Farrell and John Bateman, Dan Sargentson, George Williams, again, just shows for his age. He's 21, but he plays as though he's 31, and against some of the world's best players, he stands out at that level. It's a great scene for the Wigan supporters and the Wigan players, and the culmination of a lot of hard work.
Yes, they are taking the applause from the Wigan fans. Sean Wayne also. And I just wonder what this means to Warrington. Only the second team in the summer era to lose both major finals in the one season. They're going to come up now for their runners-up trophies. It's a heartbreaking evening for them.
It is, you know, they've been sensational over the course of the season. 150 tries scored, and some of them, Eddie, some of the best. Probably you had to select your 10 favourite ones as a neutral fan. You'd have certainly 3 or 4 Warrington efforts in there. They've been fast, they've been skillful, and occasionally they've been dramatic to win games at the death. But they couldn't find one of those tonight in the second half when they needed it. And it's clear the despondency on Chris Hill's face. They've given everything they could, but they could not find what they needed to beat and score past this Wigan side when the pressure was ultimately on them.
Yes, they're receiving their silver medals from Nigel Wood of the Rugby Football League and Ed Cam from the title sponsors First Utility. It is a walk they hoped they would never have to make, having lost the Challenge Cup final in such dramatic circumstances in August. Ryan Atkins, how different it would have been had he been able to hang on to the ball. Ashton Sims will hopefully in his mind come back next year, and the pain amongst the Warrington supporters is evident for all to see as well.
Well, for most of the Warrington players, what sport does it? Gives you a second chance, and next year they can come back. They've been the best team consistently this season, but not in the big games when they needed to find their best games. And that will be the challenge for them next year, to peak in the matches. Obviously, you've got to be very good week in, week out to get to the cup final and the grand final. But then you need to save your best game for those. And that's the lesson that Warrington will hope to pick up from 2016.
Well, it's their 4th win in the grand final at their 9th attempt. Their first since 2013 when they beat the Warrington Wolves here as well. Sean Wayne becomes the first Wigan coach to win 2 Super League titles. John Money, 1998. Michael Maguire won it in 2013 when Sean Wayne was his assistant. It's their 4th grand final in a row, and having lost the last 2, it really is 3rd time lucky for Wigan. They will, of course, face the Cronulla Sharks in next February's World Club Challenge now. The Sharks, first winners of the Aussie Premiership in their 50th season. It means, of course, that only 4 clubs have ever won the Super League crown since 1996. It's the 21st Super League title, Leeds 7, St Helens 5, Wigan 4 now, Bradford 3. And they're the grand final wins. Bradford and St Helens winning, of course, in the old first past the post system. But the trophy is about to be handed on. Brian Barwick, chairman of the Rugby Football League, is there as well. And it's going to be in the arms of Sean O'Loughlin, the Wigan captain, in a couple of moments' time. And these are moments that the players will treasure. These are Photoshop moments for them to look at in the years to come. Sean O'Loughlin dramatically thrown back into the action here. He picks up the Super League trophy from Brian Barwick, and Wigan are the 2016 First Utility Super League champions.
Well, that's what the season's all about. You work for 12 months, sacrifices are made, risks are taken, and then ultimately, if you're good enough, you can hold your nerve, you stand up on that podium at the end and celebrate as the champions. That's the aim of the game. And 11 other teams now from tonight on, Eddie, start the challenge to come here in 12 months' time and put themselves in that position.
Spectacular firework display after a spectacular grand final. Wigan up off the canvas, won it in the second half. Tremendous. And just for the record, the players who, of course, will be in the record books. Matty Smith with a penalty goal on the 7th minute. Gildart's try, Charnley's try in the second half. Matty Smith's penalty goal, 7 minutes from full time. In the first half, Declan Patton, the youngster, playing in his first ever grand final. He gave Warrington such hope. He's given Warrington such service. They were 6-2 up at half time, but they have been beaten by Wigan by 12 points to 6. So we will go to a break. We'll leave it Old Trafford, but we will be back shortly. We will reflect on this Wigan victory, I'm sure, and we will reflect on 26 glorious years of the man known to the rugby league world as Steve-O. Don't go away. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back to Old Trafford, and as you can see, the celebrations on the field continue for this victorious Wigan side. They have done it tough all year, but that is what it's all about. The Super League trophy, and the Wigan players, well, they had the hex on Warrington, and they have beaten them here at Old Trafford for the 2016 Grand Final, which is now in the history books. And is there a better way to say farewell to Steve-O than right here? Right now at this place. All of our pundits and commentators and reporters are out there on the pitch. We've heard from all the other departments in Sky Sports. They're now going to offer their goodbyes tonight to the man who hangs up the microphone after 26 glorious years.
Yes, thanks, Eddie. Wigan say goodbye to season 2016 and Old Trafford with the Super League trophy, and we want to say goodbye to Mike Stevenson.
It's been emotional. I'm going to miss you.
Steve-O, thank you for so much. Thank you for introducing me to the French dish of cassoulet, which I will never eat again, mark my words. But to introducing me to the great game of rugby league, which you never, ever fail to remind us. A proud son of Dewsbury, you've done the game proud.
Steve-O, all I can say is you've been great for the game, and it's as simple as that. He's got to go for that.
That's it. There's a question mark though whether he's milking this now. I think. In all seriousness, thank you for giving me the opportunity and all the friendship and advice, mate. You deserve to go out right at the very top as you are tonight.
Professional sports, all about entertainment, and you are certainly Mr. Entertainment.
Michael Stevenson of Dewsbury, what a rugby league life.
Absolutely, absolutely. It has been a rugby league life, and we are in the last few minutes of his life here in the studio alongside me. 26 fantastic years. Unbelievable.
Certainly is. I mean, when we first started, I came over to work with you, remember?
Yeah.
For 7 weeks. And now I'm here, 26 years later. It's been a great ride. I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I have to thank you in front of all these people for all the help you've given me. Because without you, I couldn't be me.
Well,
simple.
Without you, I couldn't be me either. And, you know, someone should write a book about it. Yes, they have.
Funny you should say that. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. The book is out, and it tells the story of our 26 years. What a 26 years it's been. I asked you this on the hour-long special last night. When you first came over for that seven weeks, did you honestly ever think that we would be here tonight, 26 years on? Really?
Do you know, when Sky took over BSB that we were working for at the time, and no one gave us an opportunity, they all said it would fail, that Sky wouldn't make it. What? Pay for television, pay to watch sport? And we got together and we said, we'll beat these people. We'll show these people that we can do it. And I think we've done a pretty good job. The most important thing to me is, having played the game, I call it the greatest game of all, to be working with what I think is one of the best professionals, you. And I'm very, very pleased to say that I've enjoyed. The ride's been fantastic. As we say, it's been grand, and now it's final.
The thing is, as we've gone around the north of England over the past few weeks, there have been people coming up to you, shaking your hand, patting you on the back, saying, you'll be missed. You know, it will never be the same again. It won't be the same again. We will carry on. We know that.
There was a few...
But I'm so pleased that people have said that, because you are, in many ways, a hated figure. You're a figure that people point the finger at all the time, and not everybody's like that.
No, and I think that I think rugby league fans are pretty serious about the game. I know I've upset quite a few people over the years, and if I have, I don't care. It's as simple as that. But I've enjoyed it, and Eddie, I'd like to say,
thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
More than anything. Look, what do you give the man who has absolutely everything in this world? Well, you saw this at the start of the game. Here tonight, it's that fantastic Henry Fraser portrait of the Super League Grand Final, and Steve-O, that I hope will find a home in your house in Australia when you return. That's just for you, from all of us.
Thank you very much indeed. That is very, very kind indeed, and what a tremendous effort to paint that lovely trophy. And yes, it will have pride of place, surprisingly, in my bar.
What a surprise. So there we are. There we are. Without a doubt, the end of an era for all of us on the rugby league team here at Sky Sports. We will continue, as I say, of course, but things will never quite be the same again. Steve-O, from all of us, and in particular me, and the head of rugby league right now, Neville Smith, here at Sky Sports, thank you for all that you've done over all of these years. It has been a blast from start to finish. Enjoy your retirement. You leave us with so many memories. All the best.
That's it then. I'm retiring.
And of course, no programme about rugby league on Sky Sports would be complete without our own resident balding expert, Mike Stevenson.
Everyone has a right to their own opinion, including myself.
She has sent us a zip for Steve-O's mouth, so I'll give it to you, and you can take it home and do with it what you will.
Oh, wonderful play by the Great Britain skipper. I think this was a mile forward, actually, as you can see, but I don't care.
Another on the outer is Greg Austin, who, according to the club, will never play for the Keighley Cowgirls again. Cougars. Cougars! All right! Cougars. If someone out there can get a referee's outfit my size, extra large, I will referee a game.
I think you should stick to TV presenting.
Oh, come on, ref, give us a break!
I said, excuse me, Mr. Referee, you're blind, and get him on side.
Tuilagi to the Resco. Resco, spell that for us, will you? R-E-S-C-O.
Drop the UE and go with the O.
What about the dropping H's award?
Hurtling towards a championship crunch week in mid-April. It's Yestin, with the emphasis on the first syllable. Oh, it's a clever.
Stop it! I've gone. We've gone. We're in trouble here, I'm telling you now. Leeds Halifax.
It's attacking me.
Cunningham pulled. Is that the teeth gone?
Certainly is.
He is
Tom's head is getting excited.
My ear go. Come on.
Where's his cloak? All was missing was Lewis Lane. Or is it Lois? Lewis.
Ready?
No!
I've had a few.
You often talk about limpid mine defence. They're all over them.
You just made that up.
Of course I've just made it up.
He's made a career out of that, and I've just made that up.
Did you get that, John? Oh my God! It took a big chunk.
Well, I nicknamed the exercise missile last Friday, and he has got him zoned in.
Well, Steve-O, you are absolutely baffling us all. Did I hear you right? Was Tui Ling an exercise missile?
Tui Ling? Oh, this is getting worse. He's bleeding. Oh no, he's bleeding. The thing's just ripped my ear off. What do you think?
I'm sure you knew
Let's have a restructuring and let's stick with it.
more than I could chew.
Actions speak louder than words.
Are you a shady character?
Well, I'm always being accused of being controversial.
I think I've got enough trouble working with you.
Well, Steve-O, we all want to know who on earth are the Groucho brothers.
You've never seen the Groucho brothers. They're related to Karl Marx and his men.
Couldn't endorse more what Steve-O said. Again, he's making sense again, so it's a little bit frightening.
I have not lost my marbles, really.
It's midnight. I have to go.
You can't.
I have to go.
Well, you've mauled me all night.
It's midnight. I have to go. I'm sorry. Who said we couldn't act?
Well, I never did.
Because they're absolutely right, whoever it was.
No, they're not checking for hair growth, just my height.
Probably be cheaper to keep you in weeks for 18 months or something, you know.
Here we invite you, of course, to beat Steve-O.
Looks like James Bond, doesn't it, this Genomes bit?
Which version of James Bond are you talking about?
The Scottish bloke.
Sean Connery. There's the Sean Connery lookalike, says Steve-O. OK.
Oh! That was a good one.
Who writes your scripts for the end of Boots and All? I'd like to know too.
OK, I'll come clean. It's I. They're good, aren't they?
In that Boots and All, who is Boots? Is it him with the bald head?
But you're bald and ugly. Truth hurts, don't it?
We can't go off the air really without allowing Steve-O because I know he's champing at the bit on.
I still love you, Eddie. Simple as that.
The one turn is off now.
Enjoy Sky Sports Live. On all screens, on the go, and the best bits on demand.
Ladbrokes, proud sponsor of Rugby League on Sky Sports.
so conflict-oriented, so intense, because there's a lot at stake. This is not an ordinary time, and this is not an ordinary election. We are going to be choosing a president who will set policy for not just 4 or 8 years, but because of some of the important decisions we have to make here at home and around the world, from the Supreme Court to energy and so much else. And so there is a lot at stake. It's one of the most consequential elections that we've had. And that's why I've tried to put forth specific policies and plans, trying to get it off of the personal and put it on to what it is I want to do as president. And that's why I hope people will check on that for themselves so that they can see that, yes, I've spent 30 years, actually maybe a little more, working to help kids and families, and I want to take all that experience to the White House and do that every single day.
Mr. Trump.
Well, I consider her statement about my children to be a very nice compliment. I don't know if it was meant to be a compliment, but it is a great. I'm very proud of my children, and they've done a wonderful job, and they've been wonderful, wonderful kids. So I consider that a compliment. I will say this about Hillary. She doesn't quit. She doesn't give up. I respect that. I tell it like it is. She's a fighter. I disagree with much of what she's fighting for. I do disagree with her judgment in many cases. But she does fight hard, and she doesn't quit, and she doesn't give up. And I consider that to be a very good trait.
Thanks to both of you.
I want to thank both the candidates. I want to thank the university here. This concludes the town hall meeting. Our thanks to the candidates, the commission, Washington University, and to everybody who watched.
Please tune in on October 19th for the final presidential debate that will take place at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Good night, everyone.
So that concludes the second U.S. presidential debate, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, in a town hall format for 90 minutes, at times extremely testy, tense exchanges, a lot of interruptions all round. They addressed the issue of Donald Trump's videotape in which he made lewd remarks about women. They talked about taxes. They addressed the issue of her emails and her private email server. They talked about character issues. They talked about ISIS and Syria. And they took questions, of course, from the audience in that hall in St. Louis as well. The BBC's Anthony Zerka is also in St. Louis. Anthony, what was your takeaway?
Well, we were promised a nuclear war in this debate, and the nuclear war happened. We saw the exchange between the two candidates over Bill Clinton's past and Donald Trump's past. But then, when the war ended, we were all kind of still left standing, staring. We have another 60, 65 minutes of this debate. After that, it was sort of a muddled mess. It seemed like Donald Trump had the upper hand when the subject turned to WikiLeaks and Hillary Clinton's email excerpts. And also about her email server. But then Hillary Clinton got the upper hand whenever it became a sort of a policy discussion, because Donald Trump often seemed out of his depth when talking about Obamacare or tax policy or Syria policy. And the funny thing was, at the very end, talking about the Supreme Court, that really probably was the lasting legacy of either of these candidates. It was kind of an afterthought, but I mean, that is something that is going to be very important when one of these people takes office in January.
Anthony, Donald Trump went into this debate with a lot of people in his own party raising questions about his fitness to be president, some even saying that they weren't going to endorse him. I guess what he needed to do during the course of this 90 minutes was stop the bleeding, right? I mean, he needed to make sure that the floor did not drop out of his campaign, and he didn't wake up tomorrow morning with a whole nother slew of Republicans saying, you know what, we can't support you. Do you think he managed to do that?
Well, I think Donald Trump had two bars in tonight's debate. One bar was very, very low. I mean, if he showed up on the debate stage and wasn't a raving lunatic, wasn't flailing, actually, presented coherent arguments, then he would do okay. And I think he did that. I mean, he held his own for most of the debate. There's a much higher bar, though, and that's him actually scoring points against Hillary Clinton, doing enough to change the dynamic of this election where he might actually catch up with her because she's leading in the polls right now. And I don't think he did that. I don't think there was enough of a difference between the two of them to really change the groundwork. But I don't think we're going to see a massive exodus tomorrow. But, you know, you never know. We'll have to see how things spin out from here.
Anthony, there was a very clear winner after the first debate. Are you suggesting you didn't think there was such a clear winner tonight?
I don't think so. There was an explosion early on, but after that, I think the two candidates mostly fought themselves to a draw. I think Donald Trump did better in the middle portions of the debate. Hillary Clinton scored some points there towards the end. But in the whole, I think, yes, it was a draw. And it wasn't much of a town hall debate either. I mean, this is a town hall where we had two moderators, two candidates, and it seemed like a room full of onlookers. There weren't a whole lot of questions from the audience, which is the best part of the town hall, how they interact with people in the audience. And we didn't see much of that. We saw a handful of it, but it seemed like a lot of it was give and take between the two candidates and the moderators. And it got pretty testy between Donald Trump and Martha Raddatz from ABC.
Yeah, I agree. There did seem to be less audience participation than in previous town hall presidential debates. Anthony, I'm going to let you go in St. Louis. Anthony Zerka there, thanks very much. Let's get more reaction now in the studio. I've got Chris Hennick here. He's a Republican strategist, and Margie O'Mero, a Democratic pollster. Chris, let me start with you. It does seem to me that Donald Trump went into this debate with pretty high stakes. Given how many Republicans had said over the last few days, we're not sure whether we can carry on supporting you. Do you think that he stopped that trend in his own party?
Well, you hit the essence of an objective and a strategy for a debate, and it's trying to listen to him to see if it's intentional or unintentional. But if you get beyond the political class and the journalist class among rank-and-file Republicans, the real question is, for a third Obama term, are you willing to take the risk with him? And so the question, even in the last 48 hours, are still Republicans are trying to answer, are you willing to take that risk? And that's the sense of change. He put a lot of planted seeds in the minds of those voters still, maybe his base, about her sense of being a politician. You know, she's had her time, she hasn't done anything. He keeps going back to those refrains.
It's all words.
Yeah, all those key phrases. So that may have had a bit of change. It sure did last a lot longer in stamina.
We're seeing the candidates there. They're shaking hands with the people who were part of the town hall meeting. Hillary Clinton there. We just saw Bill Clinton. Margie O'Mero, what was your takeaway from this debate in terms of undecideds? Whether you think any people who are watching this debate, and I still have to say after a year and a half and how well these two candidates are known, I still find it remarkable that there are people who have not yet made up their minds, but there are. People who haven't made up their minds coming out of this debate, do you think they will have been swayed one way or the other?
Well, I think it's very hard to watch these debates and say, yeah, I think Donald Trump has what it takes to be president. I mean, he's still, even in his best answers, where people say, okay, that wasn't one of his worst answers, he's still pretty incoherent. He has a very big challenge simply interacting with the crowd, answering the question, staying on topic, starting a sentence and ending the sentence in the same place on the same topic. He tries to work the refs. He gets very agitated. He ebbs and flows with energy. I mean, he just can't really make it through 90 minutes really staying on topic. He clearly doesn't have the temperament and the whole past of the year.
The candidates are leaving the debate hall at the moment, going back to their families. They'll be going, of course, their surrogates now and their campaign staff will be going into what's called the spin room at these debates. That's where they try and spin the debate to the press, who are all there, hundreds of them. I think there's something like 600 or 700 of press from around the world will be there, and there's Bill Clinton as well. Of course, he was at the debate, as was Melania Trump, and they will be going to talk to the press, saying, of course, that our candidate won. Let's start with the beginning of the debate, which is probably the most tense bit, because it came after the videotape allegations against Donald Trump, and he apologized for the sexual comments on that tape that was released earlier this week. Take a listen.
This was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I apologize to my family. I apologize to the American people. Certainly I'm not proud of it, but this is locker room talk. You know, when we have a world where you have ISIS chopping off heads, where you have, and frankly, drowning people in steel cages, where you have wars and horrible, horrible sights all over, where you have so many bad things happening. This is like medieval times. We haven't seen anything like this, the carnage all over the world. And they look and they see. Can you imagine the people that are frankly doing so well against us with ISIS? And they look at our country and they see what's going on. Yes, I'm very embarrassed by it. I hate it. But it's locker room talk, and it's one of those things. I will knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to defeat ISIS. ISIS happened a number of years ago in a vacuum that was left because of bad judgment. And I will tell you, I will take care of ISIS.
So, Mr.
And
Trump,
we should get on to much more important things and much bigger things.
Just for the record, though, are you saying that what you said on that bus 11 years ago, that you did not actually kiss women without consent or grope women without consent?
I have great respect for women. Nobody has more respect for women than I do.
So for the record, you're saying you never did that?
I said things that, frankly, you hear these things are said. And I was embarrassed by it, but I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever done those
women
things?
Have respect for me. And I will tell you, no, I have not.
Donald Trump there, and I have to say it is extraordinary that we're in a presidential debate format and the moderator is asking one of the candidates whether they have ever groped women. Chris Hennick, did Donald Trump's answer satisfy you?
No, candidates usually lose debates when they fail to diminish the negative perception, and he still certainly has that. And I think debates are certainly situational, and I believe Hillary Clinton's answer, when you have to deliver a precise moment where the circumstances arise, she really, I thought, did a much better job in that
As
frame.
a Republican strategist, how concerning is it to you, that videotape of Donald Trump?
It's extremely concerning, and if you look at the factors of presidency, of suitability, not necessarily likability or electability, but suitability hits to the heart of the temperament and being an emotional sense, can you be president or not? And that really hits her sense about where her strengths were, certainly in the objectives. I think she used him more as a foil, and she didn't debate enough. If you look at from the previous debate, so she knew going into it that she could do that successfully, and I thought she did.
Margie O'Meara, that was the bit, I suppose, where Donald Trump was the most tense, it seemed to me, at the beginning of this debate. He knew that this was going to come up. His family went in, I thought, looking extremely stressed at the beginning of the debate, too. We saw Bill Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. I mean, we have to remember this is a political drama. But
everybody
it's also,
watching at home
right,
is stressed.
It's
yeah.
also a personal family drama for both of these families, and that cannot have been comfortable for either family, for his kids, for his wife, and for Chelsea Clinton or for Bill Clinton, sitting having to listen to all of that. It could have been the moment, I think, in the debate where he potentially put himself out of running for the presidency. I didn't think he did. I think, it was tense. He managed to make this pivot, whether you agree with it or not, from saying it was just locker room talk to Islamic State is the real issue here. And I suspect certainly a lot of his supporters will say, okay, fair enough, this is over.
Well, his supporters, he has a core base of support that is going to support him no matter what. There was a poll that came out today that showed that only 9% of Trump supporters say, I feel less favorable toward him as a result. The challenges of folks who are kind of soft Trump supporters, Republicans who are in that undecided group who say, well, I've been Republican my whole life. I don't really think he's very fit to be president. Republican electeds, people running for office for the Senate and for House that are it's now really in play very much as a result of what's been happening with Trump. I think all that is going to be altered by Trump's performance, and I don't think that was a good answer at all. It wasn't just that he pivoted, he sounded incoherent, and he said, it's just one of those things, this is just things were said, it's just sometimes you hear things like that, like it was just sort of a comment that fell out of the sky. He took no ownership, he showed no contrition. Of course he didn't, we should know that by now, and he's trying to really gaslight the whole country by saying this thing that you think is important, that you think is troubling, is really not troubling, and it might as well have not even happened.
It'll be very interesting to watch what the polls are after this debate on that particular issue, particularly amongst women. Hillary Clinton, of course, had issues of her own that she had to deal with, and she admitted at one point that she was at fault over using a private email account when she was Secretary of State, but she said nothing had ended up in the wrong hands.
That was a mistake. And I take responsibility for using a personal email account. Obviously, if I were to do it over again, I would not. I'm not making any excuses. It was a mistake, and I am very sorry about that. But I think it's also important to point out where there are some misleading accusations from critics and others. After a year-long investigation, there is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using, and there is no evidence that anyone can point to at all, anyone who says otherwise has no basis, that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands. I take classified materials very seriously, and always have. When I was on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I was privy to a lot of classified material. Obviously, as Secretary of State, I had some of the most important secrets that we possess, such as going after bin Laden. So I am very committed to taking classified information seriously, and as I said, there is no evidence that any classified information ended up in the wrong hands.
Okay, Margie O'Meara, in the first debate, Hillary Clinton got off very lightly on the email issue. There was a minute or two on it, moved on, and I think that it didn't really damage her. The longer Hillary Clinton ever has to spend talking about her email server, the worse it is for her, because people don't like this. And tonight, she had to spend a lot more time talking about her email server. All those, those funny little instant poll things that we all get where focus groups are watching show that when she has to talk about her emails, her approval ratings go down. This was a problem for her tonight, wasn't it?
Well, I think this is the answer that she's given now for a while, and I think maybe for some folks it's a new version of the answer.
It seems to be a better, more effective answer for her when it's shorter.
Well, I think, look, any vulnerability, you want to spend as little time on it as possible, but at least she has an answer, and the answer is, there was no finding of any wrongdoing, and let me clear the record here, and also I made a mistake, and these have been components of her answer. There isn't going to be a new version of it. This is the answer. For sure, she'd rather talk about policy than talk about the emails. That's certainly a vulnerability for her. That said, it is not even in the same league of vulnerability as the stuff we're talking about with Trump. It's just not even in the same league.
Donald Trump made a point of saying, Chris, that he was going to make sure that they spoke about emails much more during the course of this debate. He got more time on it, perhaps not as much time as he'd have liked. How damaging do you think that section of the debate was for Hillary Clinton, looking at those kind of instant polling groups?
Well, these are events that certainly external events that can affect a campaign. If there wasn't the earlier tape, you would have seen much more of the WikiLeaks Wall Street issue be more driven in the press.
That hardly came up tonight.
It really did, but at the same time, he gets his chance to go after her on bad judgment.
He said he would put her in jail if he won.
Well, from the standpoint of just where he was planting those seeds against bad judgment, she's been there for so long, she had her chance. So all of this kind of fits into this whole anti-politician, non-politician, that a lot of the voters, if they want to change election, that was one of the answers at least he had. Now, I don't, from a standpoint of his learning the sense of what an attorney general can do and can't do, that's a separate question.
Chris, at one point, Donald Trump on the issue of Syria said, "I haven't spoken to my running mate, I disagree with him."
Yeah. Well,
Tell it like it is.
Is that Donald Trump being the kind of non-politician and actually people think, oh, well, at least he's being honest, or was that a problem?
I think it just came to his head, more than an answer, perhaps.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah, I don't think, probably go back and look at the GOP platform and try to
Maybe he was giving Pence cover for why Pence pretended he didn't know any of the things that Donald Trump said during the vice presidential
possibly.
debate.
Okay, let's talk about Donald. The moment I thought one of the moments in the debate that got the most testy was when Donald Trump attacked the moderators for not bringing up the issue of Hillary Clinton's emails.
I'd like to know, Anderson, why aren't you bringing up the emails? I'd like to know. Why aren't you getting
brought up
to
the
bottom?
emails.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. And it hasn't been finished at all.
Ken Karpowitz has a question.
It's nice to 1-on-3.
Okay, Margie O'Meara, this reminds me occasionally of my children when they feel cross that they're being ganged up against by the parents. But I suspect actually it also kind of works for Donald Trump to remind his supporters, certainly, and perhaps even people who have a dim view of the media generally, that he is unfairly treated.
Well, this
and he did it several times during the course of the debate.
This kind of thing may work in a primary where you have Republican primary voters who hate the media and they like to get into a fight with the media, but that doesn't really expand your base beyond your core base. So that doesn't really win over swing voters. We have a phrase, working the refs, right, where you kind of hassle the referees enough that maybe they'll give you a little bit extra time, and that's what he was doing, but it doesn't really show a sign of strength at all.
Chris, briefly before we go, we just have a minute left. I want to ask you, do you think, and the question I asked Margie at the beginning, do you think Donald Trump won over any undecided voters tonight?
Well, October 19th is the next debate, so the question earlier you asked, did he make any ground for that, or did the floor fall out from underneath him? But I think he, from undecideds that are still there, I still think that there's that flat trend line. You picked up on the moderators. I know a lot of undecideds that I saw in some of the tracking that showed that they didn't really care for all the moderators picking on him. So that may have had an effect like what you're talking about.
Chris Hennick, Margie O'Meara, thanks very much for joining me.
Thank you so much.
So that was the second presidential debate. The next one we just heard is on October the 19th. We'll bring you full coverage of that one as well, and all of the US election campaign coverage between now and that final debate and the election on November the 8th.
Hello there. There's definitely going to be an autumnal feel to the weather as we head over the course of this week. We've got fairly settled, dry conditions for many parts of the country, down to the fact that high pressure sits across Scandinavia. To the south of that high pressure, though, we're drawing in this fairly cool easterly breeze. So temperatures certainly on the chilly side through the course of this week. There'll be some sunshine by day, showers mainly in the east, and we will see some pretty chilly nights with mist, fog and some frost around too. In fact, Monday morning we'll start off on a chilly note. In the countryside, temperatures close to freezing, even a few degrees below freezing, in fact, across sheltered parts of Scotland. So a crisp start with some mist pockets, particularly across the central lowlands. There could be some dense fog around too. Through the course of the day, it'll be a bit of an east-west split. Starting off in the east, that's where we're going to be seeing the bulk of the showers. So across parts of Lincolnshire, down towards East Anglia initially. Central and western parts of the country start the day with plenty of sunshine. A little bit of patchy cloud here and there. Any morning mist clearing away relatively quickly. There could be a few foggy patches lingering a bit longer across parts of the Vale of York, for instance, up towards the central lowlands of Scotland. Slightly cloudier to start the day for Northern Ireland, but that cloud should clear away towards the west, and we'll see a return to sunshine fairly widely across the country. Now, we'll continue to have this feed of showers in the east, some of them on the heavy side. There'll be some thunder, some lightning and some hail mixed in. Fewer showers getting their way west across the country, though. It will feel pretty chilly, temperatures around 12 to 15 degrees at best. So patchy cloud as we end the day, and we'll continue to have that feed of showers with a cool breeze coming in off the North Sea. The winds fall light and most places clear and dry, so we're in for another chilly one, with temperatures even in the middle of the city centres at around 7 or 8 degrees, and certainly much colder than that, much closer to freezing in the countryside. A crisp start to Tuesday and then a very similar day to Monday. It'll be eastern areas once again that will see the bulk of those showers. More showers, I think, pushing into eastern Scotland compared to recent days. Best of the sunshine will be for Northern Ireland, Wales, the southwest of England too, and temperatures around 11 to 16 degrees, but feeling cool with the breeze and fairly cloudy in the east. A similar day, we've still got those easterly winds on Wednesday, importing quite a bit of cloud, particularly to eastern areas where we'll continue to see a few showers. Best of the dry and bright weather once again for western parts of the country. So it's deja vu through this week. Lots of dry, lots of settled weather on the cards. There will be some blustery showers around, particularly towards the east, and things will become a little bit more unsettled as we head towards the end of the week. So an autumnal week on the way.
Would you say Hollywood is racist? Junior doctors have to decide. They are the frontline staff.
When you open that bill, what do you think?
It makes me feel sick.
You think there's too much immigration in Britain?
I think the wrong type of immigration is taking place in Britain at the moment.
They felt correctly they were getting much lower wages.
Diet-related disease is just, it's huge.
Everyone goes through that thing with grief where you go, they're not here.
Breaking the news and tackling the issues that matter. Victoria, Derbyshire, live weekdays from 9 on the BBC News Channel.
Welcome to BBC News, broadcasting to viewers in North America and around the globe. My name is Lebu Diseko. It is 10 p.m. in St. Louis, Missouri, where the second TV debate of the U.S. presidential election campaign has just come to a close. There were bitter clashes between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton as he defended his attitude to women and attacked her husband's past.
If you look at Bill Clinton, far worse, minor words, and his was action. His was what he's done to women. There's never been anybody in the history of politics in this nation that's been so abusive to women.
When I hear something like that, I am reminded of what my friend Michelle Obama advised us all. When they go low, you go high.
I'm Katty Kay in Washington, where I'll be assessing the performance of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton in a debate where the Republican nominee went on offense.
And I'm Laura Bicker, live in St. Louis, where we will have a reaction to that no-holds-barred debate.
Hello and thank you for joining us. Well, in the last half hour, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, the rivals to become the next US president, have ended their second TV debate. The early exchanges were dominated by Mr. Trump's controversial taped remarks about women. They also traded bitter accusations in issues including Muslims, tax, as well as foreign policy. Well, let's go to Washington, and Katty Kay is there. I mean, Katty, it was pretty incredible, wasn't it? Especially that first half hour. I just wouldn't have expected a lot of those questions.
No, I don't know how they found it. I found it extremely stressful. It was one of those debates where you could almost hardly bear to watch because the two candidates were so aggressive towards each other and there was so much antipathy in the room, you couldn't get away from it. I mean, it was palpable. The level of anger that they had towards each other. And Donald Trump, when the whole issue of this videotape, which came out on Friday, and the way he had talked about women and the way he responded to it, and then he went straight after Bill Clinton. And you have to remember, we didn't see it in that little bit that we were playing just there, but Bill Clinton was sitting just yards away from them, as were some of the women who have accused Bill Clinton in the past of his abusive behavior. So, I mean, you couldn't have imagined a more stressful, tense setup in which to begin the second American presidential debate.
And there was this incredible moment where Donald Trump was kind of forced to answer whether he'd ever groped or forced people to kiss him.
Yeah, Lebo, as one does now, of course, we all tweet these debates as well as just watching them. And I did tweet at that point, you know, I cannot believe that we are at an American presidential debate and the moderator has just asked the question, did you grope women, of one of the people who are running for the office of perhaps the most powerful person in the world. Donald Trump kept saying this was locker room talk. I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed, I've apologized to my family, but this was just locker room talk. That was what his initial defense of this videotape was, and he repeated it several times during the course of this evening, and then tried to pivot to say, and look, this is a distraction from the more important issues that are facing America that people really care about, the battle against ISIS. It was a kind of curious pivot on something, but for those people who thought we might go into this debate and Donald Trump's campaign might end tonight and there would be a flood more of Republicans saying, look, we just can't support you, I don't think that happened. I think it was an embarrassing moment for him, an embarrassing moment for his campaign. He didn't handle it particularly elegantly, but I don't think he will have prompted a slew more of people in his own party to say, you know what, we're withdrawing our support for you.
I mean, Cassie, you mentioned that Bill Clinton was sitting in that audience watching the whole time. Donald Trump actually accusing the former US president of being abusive to women and saying that Hillary Clinton attacked some of those women herself.
If you look at Bill Clinton, far worse, minor words, and his was action. His was what he's done to women. There's never been anybody in the history of politics in this nation that's been so abusive to women. So you can say any way you want to say it, but Bill Clinton was abusive to women. Hillary Clinton attacked those same women and attacked them viciously. 4 of them here tonight. One of the women who is a wonderful woman, at 12 years old, was raped at 12. Her client, she represented, got him off, and she's seen laughing on 2 separate occasions, laughing at the girl who was raped. Kathy Shelton, that young woman, is here with us tonight.
I mean, Kathy, we heard Donald Trump there really going on the offensive. We expected him to be defending himself, really going after Hillary Clinton. Did it work, do you think?
Yeah, and you saw Bill Clinton's face, right? I haven't seen Bill Clinton look that stony-faced in years. I suspect look, I was, at the risk of dating myself, I was in America when Bill Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky came to light. I read all of the sordid details about it. I reported on the whole thing. And I suspect a lot of Americans, and polls suggest this, don't want to revisit all of that. They don't particularly want to relitigate Bill Clinton's affairs with those women. And it's hard to explain. There's a lot of complicated details. There are a lot of accusations and counter-accusations. There are claims about what Hillary Clinton said in defense of her husband and in attacking those women that have been reported more or less thoroughly during the course of those years. And I think it does make Hillary Clinton perhaps more vulnerable because Bill Clinton's own sexual past, and perhaps made it harder for her tonight to really hammer Donald Trump in the way that she might have done otherwise on the issue of this videotape. It was another of those rather sordid moments, and I suspect most Americans are looking at this and thinking, really? This is an American presidential debate, and we're weighing up whether Bill Clinton or Donald Trump is more abusive towards women. None of it's very edifying. Hillary Clinton doesn't come out of it particularly smelling of roses either, and I suspect most people, both in that audience and watching this, actually are much more interested in having issues of the economy, their jobs, their education plans, their healthcare plans answered by these candidates than allegations and counter-allegations of sexual misconduct.
I mean, obviously Hillary Clinton keen to kind of push the point about that tape back to Donald Trump there. I mean, she said that the views expressed in that tape don't represent her vision of America at all.
I think it's clear to anyone who heard it that it represents exactly who he is. Because we've seen this throughout the campaign. We have seen him insult women. We've seen him rate women on their appearance, ranking them from 1 to 10. We've seen him embarrass women on TV and on Twitter. We saw him after the first debate spend nearly a week denigrating a former Miss Universe in the harshest, most personal terms. So, yes, this is who Donald Trump is.
I mean, they did eventually move on to other issues around policy. Who do you think got the hardest punches in?
Look, I think these are two vulnerable candidates. These are two, polls show us, historically unpopular candidates. And actually tonight, Donald Trump on offense, in terms of his own supporters, is probably more effective than Donald Trump on defense. When he attacks Hillary Clinton over her email servers, when he calls her a politician who's been around for 30 years and hasn't done anything and just says, it's all words, she's all talk, that one. That resonates with the American public and with people who are fed up of politicians as usual. It's why Donald Trump is in the position he's in, because the American public doesn't trust politicians anymore. So the more he can go on offense like that, I think the more effective he is, certainly with his own supporters. But the real issue tonight, Lebo, is there are about 8% of the American public, remarkable though it may seem after a year and a half of this extraordinary campaign and these two candidates who are incredibly well known, there are about 8% of the American public, the voters, who haven't made up their minds. And the only real question tonight, I think, was, did Donald Trump stop the floor from falling out of his campaign? And did either candidate manage to persuade any of those undecided voters to come over to their side? Because that's what they need to do between now and November. I think Donald Trump stopped the floor coming out of his campaign, but he probably didn't do enough to change the trajectory of the campaign, which most models seem to suggest that Hillary Clinton has more of a chance of winning than he does. But I'm not sure that either candidate will have done a huge amount to sway those undecided voters, because they both managed to get at each other's vulnerabilities.
I mean, Katy, you mentioned there the issue of Hillary Clinton's emails. Donald Trump really keen to push that home, saying Hillary Clinton should be ashamed of herself for allegedly deleting those emails whilst under investigation.
I think the one that you should really be apologizing for, and the thing that you should be apologizing for, are the 33,000 emails that you deleted and that you acid washed. And then the 2 boxes of emails and other things last week that were taken from an office and are now missing. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it. But if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it.
What did you make of the styles of each of the candidates there?
Okay, well, my jaw dropped when Donald Trump came up with that line about a special prosecutor to invest Hillary Clinton. We know that all through his campaign, and I saw it when I was at the Republican convention in Cleveland back in July, that a lot of the rallies that he holds, a big chant is lock her up, lock her up. But to hear him say, I'm actually going to investigate whether we could lock you up effectively, was pretty extraordinary. And to say that in the course of a debate, a kind of big news headline like that, is unprecedented from a presidential candidate in this position. Again, if you like Donald Trump on offense, you liked that. If you believe that Hillary Clinton has lied to the American people and should be locked up, you liked that. I think there were plenty of moments, of course, during the course of this debate where Donald Trump floundered on policy issues, where he came across as confusing and confused, and she seemed to be the stronger candidate on policy. So for those people, again, in the middle who haven't made up their minds yet, it's going to be a question of, do they want somebody who seems stronger on policy, or do they want somebody who says they're going to change the status quo and change politics as normal?
I suppose,
and that will be really what it comes down to.
I suppose what I'm interested in is that whether people were actually able to hear what Hillary Clinton was saying. I mean, she had all the facts and the figures, it seemed, and knew her stuff, but if you're not one of her supporters, would she have won you over?
That's an interesting question, and I think for the Clinton campaign, they're making this, in a sense, they're making this race about Donald Trump, because her approval ratings are so low that it has proved impossible for them during the course of the last year and a half to make her seem more likable to the American public. So their strategy seems to be to make him unelectable, to make him seem unelectable. And given that women in America vote more than men do, and women have decided the last 5 elections in America, and a lot of women will have heard that videotape of Donald Trump speaking in this particularly crude, many would say abusive way about women, that is a problem for Donald Trump. And that problem didn't go away tonight, and he still has to do something pretty dramatic between now and November the 8th, when the election is held, to change all of those models that show he has a much narrower path to victory than she does.
Well, you mentioned there something that Hillary Clinton wanted to move away from was obviously the issue of the email. She admitted she was at fault, but said that nothing had ended up in the wrong hands.
That was a mistake. And I take responsibility for using a personal email account. Obviously, if I were to do it over again, I would not. I'm not making any excuses. It was a mistake, and I am very sorry about that. After a year-long investigation, there is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using, and there is no evidence that anyone can point to at all. Anyone who says otherwise has no basis that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands.
Caddy, what did you make of the relationship with the moderators? They seemed quite tough at certain points. Donald Trump saying that they weren't really fair on him.
Yeah, this is something that, again, plays well to Donald Trump's supporters. I think he made a deliberate point during the course of the debate 2 or 3 times. He said, I'm being ganged up on, you're not being fair, you're interrupting me much more than you're interrupting her, your questions are tougher to me. At one point he said it's 3 against 1, i.e. Hillary Clinton, Anderson Cooper, Martha Raddatz, you're all ganging up against me. Now that might sound kind of childish, like, you know, reminds me of my children sometimes, but The truth is, the media is not particularly trusted here in the United States. It seemed to be part of the establishment. It seemed to be part of the liberal establishment by many of Donald Trump's supporters. So probably lining himself up in that way as the guy that is taking on the press, it's a way of saying, I'm taking on the established forces. I'm taking on the elites. I'm taking on the establishment. And I suspect for his supporters anyway, that's something they're quite happy to hear.
All right, Catty, always fantastic speaking to you. Thank you. Well, Catty's going to be presenting a special programme of highlights of the second debate. That's at 8:10 GMT on BBC World News. And if you're watching in the UK, you can see it at 10 GMT. Well, straight after the debate, my colleague Catty Kay got the views of the Democratic strategist Margie O'Meara and the first Republican strategist Chris Hennick, who says Donald Trump didn't provide sufficiently convincing answers to the issues raised by the tape.
Candidates usually lose debates when they fail to diminish the negative perception, and he still certainly has that. And I think debates are certainly situational, and I believe Hillary Clinton's answer, when you have to deliver a precise moment where the circumstances arise, she really, I thought, did a much better job in that
As
frame.
a Republican strategist, how concerning is it to you, that videotape of Donald Trump?
It's extremely concerning, and if you look at the factors of presidency, of suitability, not necessarily likability or electability, but suitability hits to the heart of the temperament and being an emotional sense. Can you be president or not? And that really hits her sense about where her strengths were, certainly in the objectives. I think she used him more as a foil, and she didn't debate enough. If you look at from the previous debate, so she knew going into it that she could do that successfully, and I thought she did.
Margie O'Meara, that was the bit, I suppose, where Donald Trump was the most tense, it seemed to me, at the beginning of this debate. He knew that this was going to come up. His family went in, I thought, looking extremely stressed at the beginning of the debate, too. We saw Bill Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. I mean, we have to remember this is a political drama, but
everybody
it's
watching at home was stressed.
It's also a personal family drama for both of these families, and that cannot have been comfortable for either family, for his kids, for his wife, and for Chelsea Clinton or for Bill Clinton sitting having to listen to all of that. It could have been the moment, I think, in the debate where he potentially put himself out of running for the presidency. I didn't think he did. I think, it was tense. He managed to make this pivot, whether you agree with it or not, from saying it was just locker room talk to Islamic State is the real issue here. And I suspect certainly a lot of his supporters will say, okay, fair enough, this is over.
Well, his supporters, he has a core base of support that is going to support him no matter what. There was a poll that came out today that showed that only 9% of Trump supporters say, I feel less favorable toward him as a result. The challenges of folks who are kind of soft Trump supporters, Republicans who are in that undecided group who say, well, I've been Republican my whole life. I don't really think he's very fit to be president. Republican electeds, people running for office for the Senate and for House that are now really in play very much as a result of what's been happening with Trump. I think all of that is going to be altered by Trump's performance, and I don't think that was a good answer at all. It wasn't just that he pivoted; he sounded incoherent, and he said it's just one of those things. This is just things were said. It's just sometimes you hear things like that. Like it was just sort of a comment that fell out of the sky. He took no ownership. He showed no contrition. Of course, he didn't. We should know that by now. And he's trying to really gaslight the whole country by saying this thing that you think is important, that you think is troubling, is really not troubling, and it might as well have not even happened.
It'll be very interesting to watch what the polls are after this debate on that particular issue, particularly amongst women. Hillary Clinton, of course, had issues of her own that she had to deal with, and she admitted at one point that she was at fault over using a private email account when she was Secretary of State, but she said nothing had ended up in the wrong hands.
That was a mistake. And I take responsibility for using a personal email account. Obviously, if I were to do it over again, I would not. I'm not making any excuses. It was a mistake, and I am very sorry about that. But I think it's also important to point out where there are some misleading accusations from critics and others. After a year-long investigation, there is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using, and there is no evidence that anyone can point to at all, anyone who says otherwise has no basis, that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands. I take classified materials very seriously, and always have. When I was on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I was privy to a lot of classified material. Obviously, as Secretary of State, I had some of the most important secrets that we possess, such as going after bin Laden. So I am very committed to taking classified information seriously, and as I said, there is no evidence that any classified information ended up in the wrong hands.
Okay, Margie O'Meara, in the first debate, Hillary Clinton got off very lightly on the email issue. There was a minute or two on it, moved on, and I think that it didn't really damage her. The longer Hillary Clinton ever has to spend talking about her email server, the worse it is for her, because people don't like this. And tonight, she had to spend a lot more time talking about her email server. All those, you know, those funny little instant poll things that we all get where people, focus groups are watching, show that when she has to talk about her emails, her approval ratings go down. This was a problem for her tonight, wasn't it?
Well, I think this is the answer that she's given now for a while, and I think maybe for some folks it's a new version of the answer.
It seems to be a better, more effective answer for her when it's shorter.
Well, I think, look, any vulnerability, you want to spend as little time on it as possible, but at least she has an answer, and the answer is, you know, there was no finding of any wrongdoing, and let me clear the record here, and also I made a mistake, and these have been components of her answer. There isn't going to be a new version of it. This is the answer. For sure, she'd rather talk about policy than talk about the emails. That's certainly a vulnerability for her. That said, it is not even in the same league of vulnerability as the stuff we're talking about with Trump. It's just not even in the same league.
Well, in case you're just joining us, the second television debate between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, the presidential debate in the US race to the White House, has just ended about half an hour ago. Fierce punches exchanged, well, metaphorical punches exchanged between both sides. A key issue that they kept talking about was that videotape. Donald Trump making certain comments about women earlier this week, discussing both of them talking about their approach to women. Laura Bicker has been at the debate in the Washington University in St. Louis. Some pretty ugly scenes in terms of what was being said. What was the atmosphere there?
In the press room, there were several audible gasps at some of the insults flying around that room. When Hillary Clinton was called a devil by Donald Trump, you could hear the whole press room just look up. And then there were the moments where Donald Trump was kind of standing, almost looming behind Hillary Clinton at times, pacing behind her. And all the press just looked up, wondering what was going on. And I was looking at my Twitter feed, and at the same time, many people were just saying, is this actually happening? It was edgy, it was nasty, at